up here and make sure that Jason's place is good. Y'all please join me. Father, God, when we have our prayer, we'll turn to our right or left. Hear what they bring us together. Thank you for the opportunity to serve you. I'm not going to do tonight. Thank you for the discounts and ability to give us. Especially when we thank the people who have us here, the people who have us already, the people who put us in this position to serve. Please look after us and folks that have especially John Sexton, as well as many people that hold our heart. That we keep in mind as we go every day. Again, help us to do this and what we do here. Help us to make the mind please turn to your left, face the flag and join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So is that how it sounds for everybody that's watching right now? I was actually just making
give or take. Yeah, you gonna pull it up on YouTube? Mm-hmm. I did, but I could barely hear it. Yeah. Trying.
What do you guys do?
I think I hear me.
Welcome everybody to the Aldermen Alderman meeting for August 10th, 2021. We are not our typical location. We're at the Hendersonville High School auditorium. We have a wonderful crowd of people who want to be involved in the process. We appreciate that very much. I need to entertain a motion to accept our agenda. Let's go ahead and call the roll. Here. Alderman. Here. Jason. Here. Edward. Here. Hayes. Here. Peterson. Here. Trevor. Here. Overton. Here. Gilmore. Here. Warner. Here. All those are the names. I'm going to take a motion to accept our agenda. We have a motion from Alderman Cunningham and a second Alderman Hayes. Since we don't have any electronics in front of us typically, I'm going to look up and look right at the meeting. Just raise your hand now or something for me. I'm going to come to Alderman Hayes in just a second. With this motion, we're acknowledging that we have a consent agenda. We're also acknowledging the consent agenda items 5J, K. We're acknowledging that we have group items in A, B, C, D, E at the very end. We're also acknowledging that there will be a 2-week rule on three of the items, C, B, C, and D. So we want to make sure that we acknowledge that as we pass through all the again. Item E, under ordinance and resolution, you will respond to that. That is done. All members, I'd like to request that the public hearing be held at the same regulation. We have a motion. Second. And a second. What we're doing is we are requiring the people who speak at public hearing follow the same rules we have in citizen comments. That's I don't think it's fair to leave the respect for the not the same way that we're at. The big thing is that this is defined. So we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on that? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. Appreciate that passes. We're back on the motion of the agenda as proposed with the two changes that we moving on E and moving rule on public hearings such as we have in this economy. Good. So we can, instead of executive session, we'll say discussion of items pertaining to the executive session. We have a motion from Alderman Dixon. The second from Alderman Hayes. Any discussion on that? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no. That passes unanimously. Any other suggested changes to our agenda? we provided earlier. We are removing item E under ordinance and resolutions. We are changing H under other agenda items to discussion, and we are adding some restrictions to public hearing. Let me explain that a little bit more. So we want to do our best to get a decision on the items we have tonight, and that's sort of why we made some of these changes here. We have a very hard deadline of midnight. Last time we were here until about 2:30 in the morning. We have changed some of our rules since then, to make that less likely. There's other things we've done here, we have even less. One of the things that will help us make sure we get the decision.
Not going to do it all.
If you sign up to speak, something before you, said essentially what you're going to say. You have every right to listen. You have every right to say the same thing. You have every right to listen. If you feel that you don't need to do that, and if you want to ask, if you just want to come up and say that I agree with that person, that's fine too. Also, what I suggest is when somebody speaks, if they know that they have a lot of people here that agree with them, ask the people here if they agree to see and raise their hand. There's a wonderful display that's going to say an awful lot of times. Again, yes, everybody can come up here and speak for 5 minutes. No doubt about that. We will probably offer the opportunity to suspend the rules. If we have just a few people speak under system times, you sort of spoke on the information we have in front of you. If I get a sense that when the presenter for 216 Sandusbury Road is bringing new information to us, I may offer all the opportunities to speak again. It's just like 1 or 2 people. We would have to suspend the rules for that at the time. So even though I'm asking you to sort of condense your time speaking and citizen comments, I am going to probably offer the opportunity for 1 or 2 people to speak their thoughts. Again, as many people who want to speak, take their 5 minutes. I also ask everybody to be considerate. Certainly you're going to hear people that are speak that are of the same mind as you. Certainly you have people speak that differently. I hope we can go with that. That's going to help you move along a lot better. And your decision. Finally, once we finish the item here, we want to be there. You are welcome to take a home. If you want to leave that deadline, in fact, it's the least awkward time. If you want to stay, that's fine. We heard a little bit about our situation, our plans for our fire codes, and making sure we stay on there. But also, one thing we did not hear from, that was from Principal Intellectual Bob Potter. I cannot explain to y'all enough what he has done in the past 2 weeks. The name we have this many people here, this process. Bob, I don't know if you're here, I don't know if you're here, so let me say, I want everybody to join me in the applaud what he's done. All those in favor of the agenda as amended, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. Pass unanimously. We have an agenda. Gene Trammell, you here. Gene will catch up to you next time. Now, we have a public hearing for resolution 2021-33. This is your comments on request by board comments to a 112% monthly expense. Welcome more funding. And add motor vehicle dealerships to list of permitted uses for the property located on the west side of Mountain Boulevard and the south side of Homer Lane is identified by Southern County Tax Map 160, parcel 050.05. We have 30 people that are signed up for that. And again, we're using the same rules we have in system comments, namely that you address me, want to address people in the crowd, and address the Aldermen, and then you stick to 5 minutes, and then you follow the rules. So, Steve Emmer, you signed up for this. Is this something you want to speak on involving one more time? Yes, microphone right here.
It's not going to help.
Well, I'm Steve Emmer. I've been in Hendersonville for 25 years, and I love it here. And Monday, during the Monday, on that. I just don't want to see it Madison-ized Hendersonville. There's a bunch of car lots. We've got plenty of car dealerships, plenty of cars up and down Main Street. Please, let's just say, come on, enough is enough. Thank you.
they had a great meeting on Saturday, after last year, because the city, we take it from the other part, the resolution we came to, I think it's fair to everybody, I think it's all day, the city, I really appreciate all of it. Appreciate that. David Dodson. The record shows David Dodson appreciate that. Next, we have a public hearing for orders 2021-27. This is your comments on proposed revisions to the zoning orders of the city of Hendersonville. The proposed orders require certain issues to be restricted in the construction of buildings. They'll be signed up for that. Now we have a public hearing for resolution 2021-41. This is your comments on a resolution regarding the city of Hendersonville's ability to provide cellular coverage for the public via a lease agreement for the construction of a cellular telephone tower at Hendersonville Fire Station 4. They'll be signed up for that. Next, I'm going to entertain a motion that we approve the minutes from July 13, 2021. We have a motion from Alderman Waters and second from Alderman Campbell. Any discussion on that? All those in favor of approving the minutes from July 13, 2021, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. That passes unanimously. Next, we have citizen comments. David Green of Water's Edge. David, will you pull that? Will you pull the microphone a little bit closer to you, David?
I'm getting texts.
My name is David Green. I represent Citizens Against Rezoning Efforts. Our coalition represents people of all socioeconomic backgrounds, orientations, and ethnicities. It also includes all political orientations. One thing that has brought this group of individuals together in unison is opposition to this zoning law. Mr. Mayor, all the people, there's only one vote today, and that is a no vote. Mr. Lovely and his crew all think that you're stupid. They think that we're a bunch of redneck country bumpkins. He thinks that you're going to overlook the facts. He believes that you will forget that he's not responding to one single issue raised by the community. He believes that you will overlook the fact that he's not even a resident of Hendersonville, or recognize that this is an entirely new zoning law. He hopes that you'll disregard a petition with over 1,200 signatures in opposition to this measure, and overlook the fact that this deal is debt financed and he has not provided a single financial institution that will come up and commit to protecting the cost of the loans. He hasn't offered anything in escrow. He has offered nothing to protect us against his neighbors. He thinks you accept the bogus traffic study done by his group during the pandemic. The opposition is accused of using dishonesty and fear to make our point. What about you, Mr. Lovely? He wants you to overlook the fact that he's building 3-bedroom condos for plus 55 communities. Do we know a lot of 55 plus individuals that need luxury 3-bedroom apartments? He wants you to forget that all he has to do is not advertise 55 plus and he's off the hook for restriction. He says that no one will want to buy a $1 million home with this property, but they will want to buy a $500,000 condo. Who's being misleading? He wants you to forget that our city, our costs will have to convince the Corps of Engineers to allow this road fantasy that he says is going to cost $4 million, and experts say it will cost $40 million. We'll have to pay for all the impact studies, the purchase of private property, and the additional costs while we spend millions. He'll get rich. We cannot find, no one has Mr. Lovely provided a single example of a project of this magnitude being approved by the Corps of Engineers. The improvements he claims he will make to Highland Park will be so he can advertise it to the condos in his not city. Mr. Lovely has yet to produce how he outlines and actual tax revenue on which he promises, while at the same time avoiding the fact that new taxes will not even cover the new fire trucks, police cars, new features, and the personnel to absorb the new zone. He cares so much about our city that if we don't give him exactly what he wants, the way he wants it, he's going to sue us. We've been insulted, we've been threatened, and somehow we're using dishonesty and fear. We haven't threatened anyone, Mr. Lovely. Can you and your associates say the same? We've not resorted to name calling. We've not set up any fake social media accounts to show false support for our side. Can you say the same, Mr. Spross? It's not the signs that approve, it's your behavior. We haven't promised anyone anything or paid anyone here to speak here today. Can you say the same? Mr. Buckley and Mr. Sprouse remind me of the old con man. Selling snake oil, promised land during droughts. They get what they want, they get rich while we go broke and suffer, go broke and get the suffer. The new project will add 20 minutes to the commute, turning on Center Ferry every single day. That's 5 days a year, ladies and gentlemen, added to our lives for this measure. Mr. Mayor, all the people, unless they review all of these issues with facts, the only vote is no. But you must go further, strengthen our zoning laws to include third party, non-biased traffic studies. We need environmental impact studies, and social and ecological impact reviews. If you vote yes, the floodgates will open and there are no less than 4 LLCs waiting on a decision today. Where will it end? If I promise a road to you, can I have whatever I want from Hendersonville? We all have pipe dreams. Hell, I wish Big Chocolate Chip Ice Cream didn't have calories, but that's just not reality.
You have a claim to the sun. All people want to say is that God is the one. And Mr. Buckley, we come in at the money. And to be clear, he's not the only one. There's plenty of developers behind him that will easily usurp our community, and one of us just like him. No is the only vote. We do not know the impacts of all the developments that have already happened. We don't know the ones that haven't finished up yet. If you don't live on this peninsula, you should refrain from voting today. We all know seconds count in emergencies. When someone's dying and losing precious seconds, it won't be your family. When the house is on fire and the truck doesn't make it on time, it won't be your house. When the crimes are committed, you're waiting on the police, it won't be you waiting. It'll be us. To know him to gain financially from suffering of others is not unethical, it's immoral. You won't only have to answer to the community, you have to answer to a higher power. Now, Mr. Lovely's not going to come up here and respond to any of this. He can design his plan to meet our goals and still make tons of money, but it's not going to do that. Because all along his plan is to sue us. All this is lip service. You have to stand up against him and the rest that will usurp our community and overrun us. Vote no today, do the right thing. Thank you very much.
Tell him we know when we're working on it.
So we're still having trouble.
We know.
Still having trouble with people that have online.
We know.
Okay.
We're working on it.
Is there anything I can do to fix it?
No, sir.
Okay. Is it something that you feel is fixable?
Say it again.
Is that something that's fixable?
I'll know soon. I can hear you. I can just barely hear you across the feed.
Okay. So are they hearing us just not loud enough? Or?
That's correct. It's not about you talking louder. It's about me actually getting the audio out to the world.
Okay.
That's where everything went wrong.
So is the best thing for us to do to go to order and fix it as we're doing that, or is the best thing for us to wait?
Just keep going.
So, John, can you ask your struggle? So, John, I have a struggle.
I would need to plug that in. Have the attachment that makes it a quarter?
This is mainly I think all of you are heard all the reasons why roads and traffic the park that doesn't have any room for any more cars or anything else about the changes our lives from one to the other on It's a very simple issue. I've seen all of the information that I want to reiterate. I've heard. I'm representing 87% of people who will not benefit. Before the election, after the election, and very recently, they're very consistent. Every one of them says that we have about right now too much time. And I want to ask you, not only to vote no on this issue, also the way I'll give it to you. It's very, very simple. Plus minus 6%. You can give the benefit of the doubt. It's 80% no on this issue. Specifically, if the Aldermen should vote yes or no on this issue, that vote said 74% no. So it doesn't give you the. So I would like to ask you to take that one step further, since 87% have had enough high-density housing. I would ask you to try to take steps to have this load off our shoulders, and not put us in a position to one between the next huge project that's going to get somewhere to the city. Even if they don't want to project 64% positive, of course, what we did was what we like. Not because everybody thought we should find a rock in the city, but because it was a way to slow down that. So please, here, I don't know what it is, let's try to do something.
This was Mayor, Board of Mayor Aldermen, on behalf of my family, and as you know, landowners have a right to sell and have a right to rent, but they do not have a right to do that. Current zoning is there for a reason. The city decided somewhere along the way to take care of it. Things do change, and there may come a time for a reason, but it's not a given. Citizens are especially discontented when we constantly have to raise property taxes around the county and the city to pay for someone else's new road. These developers knew what the zoning was when they bought it. They do not have a right to change it. Let's talk about responsible growth. Did you know that residential growth doesn't really pay for itself in the city? Seeing the mayor indicated his development every residential unit is making $480 from the city's system. Back and forth, the county or city grows, the deeper debt becomes. Each county keeps raising property tax bill on unsuspecting homeowners. And the county commissioner is speaking from the county commission side of that in my experience. I want to take, for example, everybody likes to compare Sumner County to Kansas, or Hendersonville, and they like to say, look how they've grown, look what they have, look what they've done. Well, don't we want to do that here? Is the question I hear to ask. Well, if you want higher property tax bills, and almost $1 billion in county tax like Wings, another property tax increase like Wings is getting ready to implement, pay for growth, and I guess your answer is yes. However, you seek to be fiscally responsible to control growth that doesn't harm your personal finances. Your answer is no. Between 2015 and 2019, some counties raised property tax 38%. They've done it because of growth. County does not have a mechanism to pay for new growth. We don't have a mechanism to pay for the city's growth. Elected officials will provide what is called partially accurate information in a grossly inaccurate manner and say we have adequate facilities tax. Do the math on adequate facilities tax from numbers from 2015 to 2020. Each year, the county brings in $2.8 million for residential square footage, 76 square foot. In that same 5-year period, the county is indebted to the county $48 million per year. So, $2.8 million a year revenue, $48 million in expenses at the same amount of time. Growth does not pay for itself. County's $414 million in debt, by the way. Do we want to be like Williamson County, $1 billion in debt almost? That's what it is to this place. It's pretty astronomical. More growth simply means the need for more money. Hard-working taxpayers of Sumner County and Hendersonville asking why they should pay for somebody else to do growth to the detriment of their own wallet. I get those calls in the county. Begging us not to raise taxes. Begging those calls. District 8 County Commissioner Bellhart gets those calls. Our cities and counties need to learn that growth is not equal to prosperity. In fact, instead of growth, is an ideology of the interest. Sumner County markets itself as national bullshit. In case of national growth and their tip in politics, it's left on the bottom. National 1 month away from its leadership in 2019. That's dangerous. Now they passed a massive 34% property tax increase. Giving away the farm without that for a decade. Sumner County taxpayers and its residents, our goal should not be to look like Nashville or any other city or county. We should not be inspired to be the North Shore of Nashville or another Jersey. What's good for one city or one county is not necessarily what's good for all. Let's focus on keeping Hendersonville grounded in its roots, what's best for the Hendersonville. Recently, I've seen memes and merchandise that say, "Don't come home to Tennessee." Tonight, I can say, "Don't New Jersey by Hendersonville," based on the comments from citizens. Now, the solution to all these problems is really simple. Lies with each and every one of you. Jeremy, 30 seconds. You have no obligation or statutory requirement to approve any rezoning request. You can't see that. So I ask you, like one of my constituents asked the planning commission last year, doesn't the county or the city want more happy residents instead of rooftops? And so I ask you to please value quality of life over the quantity of life. And that's what the point is of that constituent of mine. I would ask you to please listen to your constituents. Please vote no to this rezoning and preserve the quality of life that they have and not sell out for perceived quantity of life. Thank you for your no vote on this issue. Thank you.
Next we have Grayson Leaf. Grayson Leaf, there we go.
I just wanted to say that
You gotta get a little bit closer.
this is better. Basically, the other gentleman that has come up said everything that I already wanted to say. I really hope that y'all say no to this project. I've lived here my whole life, grown up here. This is a place of a charming town, not a place of business. Thank you.
Thank you, Grayson. Appreciate it. Jessica Jansen. Thank you. Jessica has to pass. Steve Emmerich.
It's me again. 25 years on what I call the Saunders Ferry Peninsula. That's how long I've been here. How many of you have actually lived in New Jersey? No one that I see? Well, I lived there when I was stationed at Fort Dix here in Vietnam. And I didn't like it. And I don't want to see our beautiful peninsula here and our town turn into another New Jersey. So,
Hold on one second. Hold on just a second, Steve. Jason, would you do anything different or just pause for a second?
Don't move in and out from the mic.
There you go. It's moving in and out of the mic.
okay, it just seems like to me that some people have come down from the north. I don't want to use the term carpetbagger. I won't say carpetbagger. But they've come down from the north, spent a lot of money, and bought some property cheap that was zoned for single family. And now they want to turn it into high density zoning and make a fast buck off this property. And then go back up north. So unless they've lived here in Hendersonville, they've got a house in the neighborhood, I don't think they're in any position to be making changes like that. So thanks again.
Steve, thank you. Kimberly Overton.
All right, good evening, everybody. So I wanted to speak once again this evening in opposition of the proposed rezoning of the property located at 216 Sanders Ferry Road, which plans for 2 6-story buildings with approximately 300 units. My apologies to Alderman Peterson. I know you've had to hear this from me twice already, so I do apologize that you'll have to listen to it for a third time, and everyone else here that has listened, but hopefully this will end tonight. So as I had stated to the Planning Commission on the previous 2 occasions, I had come before them to speak against this development. I truly don't believe that there is a less suitable location for the
and against this proposed development for all of the obvious reasons, including the negative impact on traffic, roads, utilities, etc., all of which has been discussed ad nauseam, so I will not repeat what you have already heard from myself and countless citizens time and again. I've been a resident of
Hendersonville for the past 17 years, since moving here from Boston, Massachusetts in 2004. Now I say that I moved here, but it would be more accurate to say that I fled from there. Those of us who have quite literally fled from certain northern states know all too well the reality of living under failed policies and with the consequences of overdevelopment, and we can see the writing on the wall. I escaped the burden of higher taxes,
housing costs, unfettered growth and crime and collapsing infrastructure, or at least so I thought. When I came here to Hendersonville,
I instantly fell in love with its small town charm. It offered a slower pace and much more affordable cost of living that would turn my dream of becoming a homeowner into a reality when I was able to purchase my first home on the peninsula here in Hendersonville more than 10 years ago. I understand that change and growth are inevitable. Hendersonville has grown exponentially in the time that I have been here, but we need to focus on responsible growth. And whatever is eventually developed on this property should adhere to the existing structure and landscape of the peninsula, in my opinion. I am not at all surprised that so many people would find Hendersonville to be an attractive community to move to, but we simply cannot accommodate everyone. At what point will certain people realize that we are developing away the very essence of what makes Hendersonville such an attractive place in the first place? Quality of life counts. The amount of time that we spend commuting, it matters. Life is short. Please allow those of us in this community to have a voice in that which will so greatly affect our daily lives. The majority of Hendersonville residents have repeatedly and emphatically said no to this rezoning. Please listen. At last check on the petition that has been circulating online, there are over 1,200 signatures added by individuals who are all in opposition of this development. Please consider these voices as you make your decision this evening. Thank you.
Kimberly, thank you. Chris Radigan.
If I wasn't speaking, I might be able to help with the sound tonight. Is that okay? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, Boba, everyone up there, Mr. Mayor, thank you for letting us all speak tonight. I know there are an awful lot of pages in the booklets that you guys have. Everyone that spoke tonight pretty much covered everything I was going to cover. A couple other little details we could put in there. Obviously the traffic. I'd like to talk about safety being one. The other night there was an accident right in front of Nottingham Apartments. And in order to get into Nottingham Apartments, you had to drive through the accident, and the police drove you through Mallard Park to get you around the accident. This property is right next door to Nottingham. What would happen if the accident was closer to that? Would you have a bunch of 55 plus folks that can't drive, but they can use a sauna, run up to the roof of a 6-story building that the fire department may or may not be able to get you off of, even though the other day when we had the meeting, the fire marshal, wasn't exactly jumping on top of, sure, we can get him right off that 6-story. I don't know if that's something we want to take into account. We don't want to see anyone get hurt, so that would be a safety issue as far as that. They also wanted to have a second entrance to the property as required by the fire department. Nottingham, for some reason, has given them access from their drive to get into there. Once again, accidents right by Nottingham. What if safety and EMS cannot get into Nottingham nor get into this property to help anyone? Once again, grandma's jumping off the roof into a sheet. I'm just trying to skip through some things, so just please bear with me. I'm not going to get into the emails that everybody knows about. You guys all have copies of those. We spoke about those at the last meeting. Some of them are pretty disturbing, even though that person is not related to this particular property, but the one up the street. What we see is the road being repaired as a dangling carrot that hopefully no one up there goes for. We all know what it's going to cost to make it happen. Alderman Peterson had that set up in actual numbers. I don't remember exactly what it was at the planning committee, but it's way more than $1 to $4 million to fix that. This is just going to be fixing what's right in front of that property. I know a lot of that are impact fees. They're not just gifts. You want to give a gift, maybe I'll sell the house. This is the city by the lake. Hendersonville used to have this really beautiful wooden sign out front by Waffle House that's steel and glass now. But it's about the lake. If you take away the access to the lake by building up the ground over at Mallard Park, putting in all sorts of fountains and park benches and obstacles, where do all these trucks and trailers park? If anyone lived here, they'd be able to see how stuffed the park is every weekend. I myself don't have to use that park, but a lot of my friends do to launch their boats. So I don't think that would be a good thing for the city by the lake if you can't get in the lake. All of the roads in town are bad, not just Sanders Ferry, so once again, it's not like we need to fix that road right away, although it does need to be repaired. So why can't the city just fix the guardrails? I'm sure we can come up with money to repair guardrails to make the roads safer. You're not going to get much wider with the Corps and the Corps' policies. That'd take many years to do. Where will we get money for taking care of guardrails? Well, I'm sure we have the money, but we could always give some summonses out to all those speeding cars with the kazoo exhausts that go up and down Sanders Ferry at the other end. In 6 months, we could pay for a whole bunch of guardrails on Sanders Ferry. Perhaps property violation tickets, like you don't mow the lawn when you're going to make the city beautiful and you need us, yet you got 3-foot-tall grass on your plot you want to build on. Our goal isn't to have road repairs. Our goal is to stop this in future high-rises. I know this was already discussed, so I'm not going to get into that. The road has been worked on over years. We don't need to be coming up with tens of millions of dollars in the future of tax money to do the whole road. All the home buyers knew what the road was like when they purchased their homes. Mr. Lutfi and his company knew what the zoning laws were for both of his properties when he bought them. So why do we need to change things? Just build what is zoned for. Everyone will be happier with that. We don't need 299 units there and 100 elsewhere.
Chris, 30 seconds.
Who knows how many developments would be done after this one, so please take into consideration what we've all spoke about and say no to the rezone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. Jeff Sisk. Jeff Sisk.
It's Jeff Sassy, 106 Way, is that correct? All right. Well, I had a lot of words tonight to speak on this, but I'm not as prepared as Ms. Overton or as spirited as Mr. Green. So I'm just going to say ditto and yield the rest of my time.
Mr. Sassy, thank you. Tracy Delk.
Hi, this is my first time talking about this. My husband and I have been here 15, 16 years. I'm a mom of 4 kids who grew up and went to school here, who are graduated. I'm a 2 military service veteran myself, and my husband's coached soccer in this town forever. And we live on Walton Ferry. And one of the things that I love about that peninsula is the ducks and the deer, which can be dangerous. But I was wondering, has anybody ever driven down Saunders Ferry early in the morning by that land that they have bought in Mallard Park and saw the deer in the field and saw the ducks over in Mallard Park? And sometimes you got to stop for the ducks to get across the road. But that vision if you approve this property, is going to go away because that vision is going to be replaced by concrete. Those deer won't be there. Those ducks, well, they'll cross the road to concrete. And that thing, and I look at that picture up there that has those ducks, geese, and you're about to take something away from them and not just us. There are families every weekend that are at Mallard Park over in the corner fishing with their kids. And I have watched those kids go from being very small to being big. And if you approve this, you're taking away that family's ability to show their kids how to fish by pulling into that park and being able to spend the day with them. You replace the grass with concrete, and all you're going to do is flood the area. Look at, Station Camp. It floods all the time because of all the concrete. But, everybody talks about traffic and everybody talks about, congestion. But think about how you're going to change the way that peninsula looks to everybody that's lived there. And all those things that, if you put that building there, that 6 o'clock in the morning view, that's going to be gone. And basically, you've changed Hendersonville into Nashville. And I don't think anybody wants that. So I'm just asking, think of the way that you remember Hendersonville being. And do you really want it to be something different? So I would just ask that you vote no. Thank you.
Tracy. John Watson. Tracy, thank you. John Watson. Man, I don't ever think I've used his first name. I know him as Lieutenant.
Mr. Mayor, Board, thank you for the opportunity. I come before you tonight to ask for three simple things. A lot of things have already been, that I have on my list that I'm passing over. My reasons for no is already in your package. If you read it, I understand it's a big package, but I'm still a no. That's something I'm going to get to. Back to me. If you don't know me, my name is John Watson, 280 Saunders Ferry Road, former city employee, 35 years, full-time with the police department, another 10 years volunteer. The opinions that I'm expressing here tonight is Citizen Watson. Now, I do have some insight on the infrastructure and the inner workings. There's one thing I'm going to refer to tonight that I got through the Freedom of Information. There's another Freedom of Information request that is still pending, but I feel that the answer to that is no. I'm going to allude to that in a few minutes. Bear with me while I get settled down between the lights and the echoes. Yes, I wear hearing aids, and yes, I'm getting the echo. So just bear with me for a minute or two. I'm going to refer to what I'm going to call the white elephant. It's been, everybody looks at it, but has not been addressed. And that's the study or lack of a comprehensive citywide primary thoroughfare, secondary thoroughfare traffic flow. City limit to city limits. The planning process, the timing is approved until a project is started, runs anywhere from a year to 2 years. Traffic flow in that time is based on zoning request time frame. It's already outdated. That I know of, there's not been a comprehensive nor a records kept on the volume of traffic that goes through this city. The city of Hendersonville is between a rock and a hard spot. The city of Nashville and the city of Gallatin. There's only two major thoroughfares, 386, 31E. You shut one down, the other one stops automatically. And the what ifs. Some examples. If you do or do not know it, Saundersville Road and the railroad crossing. Approximately 3 weeks ago, CSX had some problem with the track. The people that were on the Saundersville Road end set forever. The train speed was reduced to 5 to 7 miles an hour during the peak time of traffic. That went on for almost 2 weeks. Prior to that, there's a tractor trailer wreck up in front of one of the gas stations. That added to it. You think it don't happen? The year I retired, the dump truck, gas tanker, shut down 386 for how long? Currently, as we speak tonight, there's 5 projects that have been already approved that dirt is being pushed on now. Let me find it. The old Calendar Lane project, I'm just going to return, I'm not calling the names, I'm just referring to them by location. The old Calendar Lane between Walmart and Gallatin Road, part of the Chenault property family, they're pushing dirt, doing utilities on a multifamily and commercial. It's been approved, they're starting to push dirt on. What is that going to increase? Global townhomes on Saunders Ferry, Waterford Crossing. They're just about complete. That's going to start impacting Saunders Ferry. Saundersville Road, Millstone. The second phase of that is starting. That's going to impact the other end. And just this week, there's been equipment, and they've started pushing dirt and doing something on either the property where the so-called tunnel is supposed to go or next to that. So that could impact future plans on what you're going to do there.
Lieutenant, 30 seconds.
So what I am asking, in addition to my no vote tonight, that the mayor and the planning commission request that anything that's not in the pipeline put a 60, 90, or 120-day hold on until you can do a complete, comprehensive volume of traffic in this town. Meaning left turn, right turn, straight through at every major intersection.
Lieutenant, that's 5 minutes.
I'm sorry?
I said that's been 5 minutes. We appreciate your comments. Thank you.
All right. Also, there's an RFP. I understand that's in the works for Old Town. That's another reason I'm requesting.
Lieutenant, we will
Until
probably
that's completed.
Lieutenant, we'll probably have an opportunity later on if to suspend the rules. But
I'm getting an echo, Mayor.
Okay, so it's been 5 minutes, so I need to have the next person come up and speak. And if we have the opportunity later on, I'll look for you. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, I'll get with you on, seriously, I'm hearing you 3 times.
Okay.
But I appreciate y'all putting up with me. All right, I think you're saying that you're gonna do that. What I was gonna do is suggest Alderman Skidmore as Chairman of Public Works share that. All right, my clock's running. I'll hush.
Lieutenant, thank you.
You know where I'm coming from on this? All I ask is, one quick, anybody that disagrees with what I said, anybody's against rezoning, I ask that you stand up so the clap. Stand up, all right, so, everybody stand up, all the clap.
Lieutenant, thank you. Debbie Wall. Debbie Wall. Where are you, Debbie? There we go.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I've lived here in Hendersonville since the 60s. I grew up here. I went to junior high in the old building over off Shivel Drive. I went to school here. My children went to school here. My grandchildren go to school here. So I love the city. The lake has always been important. When I moved here, Indian Lake stopped at Rock Castle. There's nothing else. We played in those fields. And as they began to build, we noticed that our cove and the whole creek was getting muddier and muddier. And where we used to stand, and it was maybe 6 feet of mud, you can't get to the bottom anymore. We've lost so much depth in our lake. And more building where that is only gonna lead to more dredging problems that the city has not addressed. I understand we've got money in the dredging fund that we're not using. Well, maybe Mr. Lucky, if he gets his wish, would like to drain it all and put it back to 1980, the way it was. But if y'all did a research on how much depth we've lost on that side in those peninsulas, you wouldn't believe it unless you have a boat and you're trying to get it in the lake, or you want to fish, or you want to do some diving. We've lost a lot. And no to the rezone doesn't just affect the people on one peninsula. It's the whole city. I live on this Indian Lake Peninsula and have. And I just don't want to see it wasted, because that's what's going to happen if we keep dumping more and more dirt and more treated sewage into that creek. We're all going to suffer. So I am begging you to please say no to high-density housing in both peninsulas. And I fought for Beatty Farm, and I'll fight just as hard for that peninsula. And I hope everyone who feels that we need to say no to the rezone will continue to make noise about it, so that we don't ruin it for our kids, or grandkids, or great-grandkids. And I can see that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Valerie Pentalio.
Hello, everyone. I'm Valerie, and I live on 444 Sanders Ferry. And I've been here about 5 years, but before then I was back and forth too. And I came from an area of New Jersey and New York where there was high density and water. And what attracted me, the man that I'm with today, convinced me to come here because of the beauty of the lake and the lifestyle. Now it takes me 15 minutes to get to Main Street. We live on Sanders Ferry Road. When it rains, the new development of Waterford Crossing, that new road, the development's not even complete yet, and that road is flooded. The drainage has issues. You know, we have a lot of infrastructure that just can't handle the construction. And as we build these high-density projects, it's affecting the lifestyle of everyone. You buy a house, you want to spend the rest of your life in it. I shouldn't have to come home and hear my partner so stressed out that we might have to sell because we won't be able to get out of our driveway. That's not a quality of life. It's not a quality, it's not a lifestyle where you have to stress out that people are not listening to your voice saying no. We're saying no. We've repeatedly said no. Even though this is land that half of it's owned by the Army Corps. So it's a dead issue. We can't, it's zoned the way it is for a reason. How it was planned out, how the city was planned out years ago. So for a board to approve to change those zoning rules after the planning board already said no, I don't see what the conversation is. You know, I don't understand it because the entire community, 1,200 people have signed petitions. There's lawn signs everywhere. I think our voice is we want it to be heard. So we're begging you, as we're at your mercy. I mean, I don't think that conducting business by threatening to sue a city if you don't get your way, that's not a way to conduct business. And nor should you feel threatened to make a decision. Or to threaten the mayor, or to give obscene emails, or to use vulgar language to communicate your point on what the city needs when you don't live here. And it took me a couple of years to get adjusted, and it's not New York for a reason. It's not New Jersey for a reason. People chose this community and stayed here because of the lifestyle and not high density. And now look at Durham Farms. Look at the new developments going up, an approval for a hockey rink, 2 hotels and an apartment complex off of Big Station Camp where our friends live down the block. We don't know how they're gonna get out of their driveway. So these projects keep getting approved and going over the planning, rezoning land that's affecting everything. And it's raising taxes, it's ruining this, it's raising the stress level of daily life. And I'm sure you all go through it too when you're stuck on Main Street hitting every single light, or Vietnam Vets is shut down for an accident. And these projects aren't even completed yet. 1,200 homes in Durham Farms, you know, and then now a new project is going in New Shackle, and then Glenbrook Shopping Center, you just approved that development. I'm not gonna be able to even go to Target, you know, the way the growth is happening. So, and all at the expense of the residents and the quality of life. So we do ask no, and please listen to our voice, because we don't know how to say it any louder. And let's get billboards all over the city. So, thank you for your time, and that's it.
Thank you, Valerie. Next on our agenda is ordinance and resolutions. We have first reading of resolution 2021-33. I skipped a name on the speaker list. I had a couple that were crossed off. Oh, John, I'm so sorry. You were right after another, John, and I crossed both of you off at the same time. I apologize for that. John Prentice.
I've been forgotten before, but never quite so publicly. Right off the top, I have to agree with virtually everything I've heard said here tonight. What I'd like to do is take a hard look at the actual proposal that's before you. Look at 2 or 3 points in it. Now, I sent you all an email with a lot of those points in it, but having been in your seat before, I suspect that somebody may not have looked at all 600 pages of that book that you guys got for this agenda. So let's start with the proposal. Statements of fact. There's 2 pages that are titled Statements of Fact. Evidently, my dictionary has a different direction for fact, because those are not facts, those are opinions completely slanted to support this proposal. What they all you don't know what you're doing. You don't know how to grow. You don't know how to zone. We're going to show you how to get people to move to Hendersonville. Well, I'm a realtor, and I have to tell you, we don't need to do anything else to help people, convince people to move to Hendersonville. On this peninsula in particular, on the old Saunders Ferry, Juan Ferry Peninsula, if you want to sell a house, be prepared to move in about 2 days, because it's gone. If it lasts a week, that means that you tore that sucker up or you've got it tremendously overpriced. And in today's market, as a realtor, I'm not sure what overpriced is anymore because they move. New construction going on, both right here on this peninsula and all parts of town. Single-family homes are selling literally faster than they can be built. The ones that are right up the road here, coming right onto Sanders Ferry, there's 65 under construction now, and I think 60 of them are under contract. And they're not nearly finished. So this proposal is asking now to go to Old Town zoning. But right off the top, we're in process of picking a consultant to study the whole Old Town corridor from Center Point all the way to Sanders Ferry Road. I really think it would be wise not to do anything with Old Town, plus, minus, or whatever, until that study is completed. That's going to be a while, I expect. But that seems to me the smart thing to do. But it really doesn't matter in this case because this developer obviously does not want Old Town anyway. He takes so many exceptions to Old Town that it's not even recognizable as Old Town. And the couple of things that he says agrees with Old Town are very questionable in themselves. Maximum density is off the charts high, 46 versus 15 approved. Lot coverage, 45% versus 40. Maximum building height is still too high, even though he took one off. Build to, and all of that are taking exceptions, or asking for exceptions to the Old Town zoning. One that in the document says they meet, and that's the usable common areas. That calculation is quite suspect. In the first place, I don't care how you look at this. This is a multifamily development. I don't care what zone you put it in. I don't care what name you put it on. 299 units in 2 buildings is multifamily. It ought to do something to meet our multifamily zoning requirements. One of those requirements, open space, is 35%. Their calculations say they're doing a touch over 25%. You want to look at that drawing that's on there where those calculations are and take a look. I question that seriously. They're counting flower beds, they're counting the area around the light poles in the parking lot. They're counting the little 5-foot strip that goes around 3 sides of the thing as usable open space. Plus they count both retention ponds as usable open space. I'm sorry, but I don't think that meets my definition of usable. There's one other little thing that didn't get mentioned. In multifamily, you're required to provide space for boats, trailers, either on-site or off-site. I see absolutely no mention of that anywhere in this whole document. That has to be done. As far as the emergency exit, I think the fire department will tell you they don't believe they can meet the 10% required slope. And in fact, if you look at the grades on there, if they don't touch it, it's still not going to get 10% where they've got it shown on the drawings. And if you look at that rendering where it shows the nice level all the way around, the road's at the same level as the building all the way around, it's all nice and flat, I don't think it works that way because that corner is the high spot where they've got the emergency entrance, is the high spot of the property.
John, 30 seconds.
If you cut that at all, you're going to blow 10% grade away. So in conclusion, there's plenty of valid reasons, never mind personal opinion, personal appreciation of what it looks like. Look at the legal part of this thing. They miss badly. Please vote no.
John, thank you. We have resolution. I'm sorry?
I'm allowed to speak here. I'm what you guys would call a stakeholder.
Hold on. Did you sign up?
Yes. I had a concussion. I suffered it here on a bicycle ride. I'm visiting from California.
Okay.
And so I wanted to let everybody know.
Give me just a second. Okay?
This is because there's a lot of people in this room and
give me just a second. I need you to hold on just a second, okay?
Yes,
hold on just a second, okay? So we have a rule here that you typically sign up before 7 o'clock, okay? And
Yes, sir.
you didn't
Yes,
do that.
sir.
However, we have a little bit of a change of a venue, and so possibly you were not here at the time and didn't understand the rules.
No, sir,
We
but
did-
you know what, I have been listening
let me
patiently.
finish. Just let me finish. So we're going to waive the rules for you to speak, okay?
Yes, thank you
We're
so
going to
much.
keep you to 5 minutes, and we're going to make sure that you follow the other rules that we have. That's going to be what we're going to require right now, okay?
Yes, sir. Yes,
and
sir.
we absolutely need to keep to those 5 minutes. We only waived them simply because we changed venue and it wasn't as apparent what our rules
I'll try to keep it below 5 minutes, and
You have to keep it below 5 minutes.
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
I'm visiting from Southern California. My son is Mark Cox. He moved in on England Place, right on Canning's Crossing, right over here. Last year, he's a single dad. He retired in the Marine Corps after 20 years, 4 tours, 2 Afghanistan, 2 Iraq before. And I helped him move out here because he got his degree at Pepperdine, and now he's after his master's at Vanderbilt. So I'm kind of like the guy that drives the grandchildren in the morning and brings them home. I came from California with my bicycle because I wanted to come to Tennessee. And I'm sorry to say I ran into a lot of California. And I'm here because there's people in this audience that I know these rules because I've studied them for 10 years. I'm from California. I'm 2 years ahead of where this thing's going right now. I want you to understand, I want you to ask yourself, are the people in front of you considered, quote, stakeholders? Or are the people in the suits that pressure a meeting like this the stakeholders? People need to understand in this room, and thank God, there's actually a rule book, and nobody knows it. It's the Comprehensive General Plan for Sumner County. And so, what the people are talking about here today is a symptom of that comprehensive plan. What we're talking about does not lie outside that comprehensive general plan. Am I correct? Is everything we're talking about within the comprehensive general plan for Sumner County? Because let's talk about what that's about. And every person that's added to that comprehensive plan, every person that's written an article about that comprehensive plan, and everybody from the American Planning Association to everybody else, that comprehensive plan is written because the people of Sumner County stomped on Mother Earth and helped create global warming. And there's racism behind it. It's behind everything. And so all these things that are being built right now, this within the comprehensive general plan, you can't go outside it, can you? Is anybody willing to go outside the general plan tonight? Because that's what it calls for. The United Nations has been planning this for years. In California, I'm watching it happen. It's because they want to turn everything over to this Green New Deal. They don't really care about the people that live here. The people that live here, according to that, are racist. They are racist. And they did create global warming. And let me tell you something. I took the time to go through the weather reports from Sumner County back to 1903 and a little bit farther. And you know what? The temperature averages 97.7 degrees during the summertime. You guys need to be square with everybody. This is about the general plan. And those apartments were planned. And let me tell you something else. When I came back here last year, from last year to this year, I thought I would see houses built on my son's street on Cannon's Crossing. But what was there? They're building a metro station because they want everybody in this place out of their cars and onto bicycles. And there's a metro station being built, and people don't know this. And you know what it's called? It's called the Gateway to Sumner County, where people will ride metro cars and they will ride bicycles. Let me tell you something. As a professional bicyclist, it ain't easy. And to force people to ride bicycles every single day, do you know how hard that is? Do you have any idea? You need to level with these people. And there's some people in this room, I know who they are. And they're here to make sure that this is done. Because you know what? This is just a check mark, this meeting. It's called a public comment meeting. Do not attack these good people. Our country was built on freedom and liberty, but you know what else? Property rights.
You have 30 seconds.
Okay, but the people have a lot more. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. We have Resolution 2021-33. This is a resolution to appeal the Henderson Regional Planning Commission's decision to the Mont Haven Place Final Development Plan with the addition of motor vehicle dealership to the list of permitted uses for lots D, E, and F. Alderman Peterson. Alderman Peterson, do you want to make a motion? Does anybody else like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Alderman Edwards makes a motion, second from Alderman Campbell, am I correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Looks like Alderman Waters.
Oh. We made a motion.
Hold on just a second. Jason, are we good?
Oh, hang on. I think Jim.
Oh, do we need Keith Free? Yes. Okay, Keith, can you come over here for us and we'll try to get this moving? Jason, is something I need to do? Okay. Oh, here we go.
Stay close, Mr. Free. Yeah.
You that one?
Will be needed on that second.
So this is for resolution 2021.
Is that me? Am I saying that one for this one?
No,
or
no,
the
no.
next one?
Next one. Yes, sorry. Okay. Yeah, here's what we're gonna do. Jason, we're gonna take care of this in just a second. Keith, if you can hang out for a second, we're gonna take a 5-minute break. We're not gonna actually take it. All in favor of taking a 5-minute break, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. We're gonna take a 5-minute break and we'll be right back here. Jason, ready?
Hey, Lee, go right ahead, sir.
Here we go. Alderman Waters. You're good. Yep.
Yes, Alderman Waters. What that is in the package you have, in addition to the very latest changes that have been made, you have what was submitted to the Planning Commission that was not approved. So that's got kind of some of that old stuff mixed in there with the record with the new stuff. I can't say that the applicant is here, but they did agree to not have access, so there will not be any right-in, right-out access or any access directly off of Main Street. There'll be access on the road behind the property. I think it's Comer, and it shows in your packet that there is one access point, but in discussions with the fire department, they wanted to make sure that we have two, and the applicant has agreed to provide two access points off of Comer. So everything that we had in the general committee, that has been followed through and agreed with. And so in relationship to the West Main Street access, there is no and will not be any access on West Main Street. No, not at all. Thank you, Alderman.
Alderman Waters, anything else? So let's do this. I'm going to entertain a motion to suspend the rules so we can hear from people representing Mont Haven and Hallmark Hyundai. We have a motion from Alderman Edwards and a second from Alderman Cunningham. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. That passes unanimously. Alderman Waters, so let's do this. Maybe Barry Ellis comes up, and he is the chairman of the board for Mont Haven. And shoot, let's get the couple guys from Hallmark Hyundai. If y'all could. Yeah, Mr. Andrews, thank you. I apologize for that. The couple guys. And so feel free to answer these questions. No obligation at all. So Alderman Waters.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Alderman Waters,
Thank you. We appreciate the opportunity to be able to have that communication. Thank you.
Alderman Waters, thank you. Alderman Edwards.
Yeah, I had a couple questions, and either a representative from Hallmark or Mont Haven can answer. I understand that y'all collaborated and y'all came up with an agreement amongst yourselves. If you could briefly explain, what is Hallmark willing to do to help Monhaven and in turn help the city in order for this to be more palatable for us to pass?
So one of the things, we did meet together on the Saturday after the BOMA meeting to collaborate on what we could do, if there could be a collaboration met, and to see where they were at on this and what they were going to offer. So we had a good 4-hour meeting of negotiations on what things would look like. Basically, we were still on the idea of there's going to be a parking lot that's there. One of the first offers was to look at taking half the property, and if we could do half the property, but from the plans that we had already made and that we had already designed, it didn't take in half the property into account. The time to plan to redo all that would take a lot of time and more time than what was there, and then trying to secure funding for a brand new idea did not seem to be possible within that. So we had to figure out something different since the half of a property was not going to be available as an opportunity. So one of the things that we looked at with Hyundai and David Anderson, David Dobson, was how was this property going to look? How could it be that we could have a parking lot that's there that's not really going to look like a parking lot? Because our original problem was a parking lot and entrance of Hendersonville. And we didn't want to have that with specifically a car dealership parking lot. And we didn't want to have that as a visual view of people coming in. And so, like the design issues where there's nothing coming in off of Main Street was appealing, the landscaping for the aesthetic purposes of it. Also, there's no loudspeakers that they're going to use to announce the cars and everything else that's on there. So the noise problem is not going to be an issue either. And really the landscaping to make it look pretty, make it not look like a parking lot per se when you're coming in. So it's really giving a good idea, a good design. So on those aspects, it helped us kind of understand better what they were willing to do to help establish or address our concerns. And the other part was they even were willing to kind of look at, hey, what can we do to help you guys and what you're doing, because they saw what we were doing at Monhaven and how what we're trying to develop, what we're trying to build, and how they could become a community's corporate sponsor in a way of helping us out. And so we worked out ways in order to do that and to help further our mission of creating our arts enrichment center and our veterans hall. So it was a really great collaborative mission to try to figure out, number one, aesthetically, what would look good for the city if there was to be this there, and then number two, what we can do to help grow ourselves as well. And so I think that worked really well in that communication.
Well, I certainly appreciate y'all coming together and coming up with a resolution. That's really good. I appreciate that. I have a question for Mr. Free. If you could come to the podium, please. So, Mr. Free, this is currently zoned for a bank or a restaurant?
Yes, I think those are some of the uses that would be allowed there.
So technically, a Taco Bell or a Hardee's could purchase this area and build a restaurant there, right?
I don't think quick service was allowed there. I think it probably had to be a sit-down restaurant.
Okay, I appreciate that. That's kind of a question I had. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I appreciate it. I didn't like this at first for many reasons, but I'm not a huge fan of it now, having it, but because of Hallmark coming together and satisfying Monhaven and y'all reaching an agreement, and Hallmark showing its willingness to support Monhaven and in turn support the city, I support this now and I will vote for it. I think Hallmark is a good, reputable business in this town, and we appreciate all Hallmark does, and I have confidence that Hallmark will do what's right and what's best for this property. So I appreciate that, and I fully support this, and I hope this passes. Thank you.
Alderman Edwards, thank you. Alderman Cunningham.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yep, you're good.
Okay. I have, first I have a question and a request from Mont Haven. In regards to your fundraising efforts, if you could report back to the board periodically about your fundraising efforts and results of that, maybe every 6 months or so. I don't know if that's reasonable or not.
I'm sure that can be done.
If you could come before us just to give us kind of an overview of what you've done so far and what you're planning to do in the next, 6 months.
State of the art.
Yeah. That would be very helpful. And then I want to again thank Mr. Andrews for being, and Hallmark for being a good corporate citizen of our city, and we appreciate that work that you're doing together.
Thank you very much. Also, David Dodson is now on the board.
Oh, okay. Wonderful. So that's even.
Mr. Andrews, can you get closer? Can you scoot there?
We went over and toured the facility, and we really like what we see, and there's a lot of potential there. And we're going to help that become fulfilled.
Well, we appreciate you being a corporate sponsor too for a gym that we have here in Hendersonville.
Thank you very much.
And I'm going to fully support this. I was this way or that way previously, but more this way than that way. But thank you very much, both of you. Thank you, Mayor.
Alderman Cunningham, thank you. Alderman Dixon.
I appreciate these two gentlemen coming together and making this a win-win for the city. I was ready to support it last week, our last meeting, but now I'm totally at ease with it. I was torn with it. But I want to share with the audience and those at home, if you haven't been to Mont Haven and seen this gallery area, please go. It's Vietnam then and now. It is wonderful. It is moving. It is free. And it's been the best couple hours I've been spending. It's really great. I went with a friend a couple weeks ago right after our meeting. I had never been. I really enjoyed yourself. Also, one thing that moved me is they were having summer camp for kids. And they were crammed in that house, that big old house. They were in every different cranny there was a kid. And they were having the best time. And I really want folks to support them, get out. It's free to go in. Please leave them with a donation. They really need it and deserve it. And I'm going to be supporting Hyundai's request because it brings new jobs to the city. It brings additional revenue, sales revenue to the city. And I believe that the landscaping is steadily increasing. So thank you both. Thank you, Mayor.
Alderman Dixon, thank you. Alderman Hayes.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor. I am so grateful for y'all's willingness to get together that very next Saturday after our meeting, sat down for 4 hours, collaborated, and worked out profit and nonprofit, and I'm just so hopeful that we can have more of these types of negotiations and working together in our city. I can tell you that I don't think this would have passed had y'all not done together right there at the meeting, at our last BOMA meeting, right there at the last minute. Congratulations. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Alderman
Thank you
Hayes,
for giving us
thank
the
you.
time to do that too. We really appreciate that.
Alderman Petrelli. Alderman Hayes, thank you. Alderman Petrelli.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm not going to say anything really different than what everybody else is up here said, but I stated it at the last meeting, and it's amazing what can happen when we have viable discussions. And a beautiful thing has happened. I am absolutely thrilled. I am so thankful to have a business owner like Hallmark Hyundai in town. And what you guys are doing with the Arts Center is just absolutely incredible, this opportunity to grow this campus. I would like to reiterate what Alderman Cunningham said, and I would like to hear more monthly reports coming out of the Arts Center. You know, we have a golf course commission and we hear from them monthly. I'd really like to hear monthly reports. I don't know if we need to have legislation to do this, but monthly or every other month, just so that we can understand the progress being made and the work that you guys are doing.
But thank you so much for your generosity. The city greatly appreciates it because we all benefit from it.
Thank you, and thank you for your wisdom last time we explained your thoughts about it. It really made a lot of difference.
Alderman Petrelli,
Yes,
thank you.
and thank you. We'll work on getting more communication to the city.
Thank you all.
Alderman Petrelli, thank you. Alderman Robertson.
You can amend it to make it part of it. Just add that to it. No objection.
Second.
A motion from Alderman, from Alderman Robertson, second from Alderman Waters. Any discussion on this? All those in favor of this, please. I'm sorry. Let's go to Alderman Collins. Alderman Brown, we'll come back to you in a second.
Since I haven't seen the memorandum of understanding, I don't have an opinion on that. I need to see it before I have an opinion. My understanding of what Alderman Robertson wanted to do was just make sure that the fact that there was an agreement from Monhaven to the terms of the approval, that was made a part of the record. I don't think he intended to have all the details, make it any sort of a binding sort of resolution. Is that correct, Alderman Robertson?
Yeah, I just think it's good to have it on the official record. It helps future home meetings, future home vendors, all of them. If there's ever a controversy that comes up, there's a record in the
Alderman Collins, we might have some help with that. Tell us who you are, or who you represent.
Hey, I'm Colton Jones. I'm on the board at Monhaven. I'm an attorney here in town, so I've kind of served a dual role as board member / negotiator, and I'm a co-drafter of the memorandum of understanding, along with Hallmark Hyundai's attorney. I'm not sure that we discussed a few of the terms of the memorandum of understanding in the letter that we sent you guys on Friday. We were pretty careful, obviously, with our wording and maybe not wanting to be too specific. We are not the Hendersonville Arts Council anymore. I'm not sure if it's appropriate to make a private contract part of the public record. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but I feel like that warrants maybe further discussion. If Mr. Bradley would like to talk with us later, I'd be happy to discuss that. I'm not sure if we object per se to disclosing the terms. Mr. Andrews is comfortable with it, but I'm not sure we want to just leap to that.
Give us just a...
Okay. If they don't object, I think it's probably okay. It was discussed, though, with Hallmark's attorney, and he had raised some initial caution about being too specific in front of BOMA. So I just wanted to step up and say that I don't know if Hallmark would be all together comfortable with that.
Hold on, Alderman Robertson. Let's go back to Alderman Collins. I'll come back to you if you feel a need. Alderman Collins.
We were comfortable with the agreement as it was written. I'm not sure what the mechanism is to make the BOMA fully comfortable with the arrangement. But we took a lot of time putting it together. There's a lot of thought put into it
Colton,
by me and their lawyer.
Thank you. Alderman Dixon, did you want to speak on this item? Alderman Robertson, back to you. Anything else on this?
Unless I'm advised by the city attorney that this would be inappropriate, I still move my motion.
Can I say something?
Because I do think it's important to memorialize, especially if the parties have no objections. And I asked them if they had any objections, and they said no. So I just think for future, I mean, this document may come into play years down the road. And even though it's enforceable, as it stated in Chancery Court, is that where it would be enforced?
Probably would be.
I still think that it rounds out the record of this document. So since so many of the aldermen have said this agreement was important in their decision to support this, as it was mine.
Why don't you make your motion to amend the resolution to incorporate the following statement? The board has been advised that there's a memorandum of understanding between the Monhaven Arts Council and the Hyundai leadership, and the board relies on this as a part of its inducement to agree to approve this resolution, and a copy is attached. I don't want us to be in a situation where we feel like the city is in a position to enforce the agreement against either party. And I think that's what Ms. Collins' concern is, that somehow we're saying we're a party to this. Only say that there's an agreement reached, this is a part of the inducement for the city to approve this resolution.
I will amend my motion to include that preface.
Thank you.
Alderman Waters, as the person made the second, are you satisfied with that change? Yes. Appreciate that. Thank you. Alderman Cunningham.
Thank you, Mayor. Colton, being that it was sent to our public email address, it is public information now. So anyone that would be doing a public records request would have that agreement available to them.
You were sent the memorandum of understanding or the letter?
The letter.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Alderman Edwards.
Okay, are we saying that the memorandum of understanding will actually be, a copy of it will be attached? I don't know if I'm comfortable with that. I'm comfortable with all language except for, did you say the actual agreement or the letter?
I think you have to ask Alderman Robertson about that, whether or not he wants the actual agreement or just a statement that the agreement that's been publicly announced is an inducement for the city to approve the resolution.
Let me help with that. My understanding of the motion was that there's a statement. The first motion was to actually attach it, second was a statement. Alderman Robertson, we got that correct?
I thought council stated with the preface language that attached is the bill of understanding. I guess I just need to know if I'm on the legal shade right now.
I think Alderman Edwards' point is that we can avoid the issue of whether or not the city has somehow become a party to this private agreement by not attaching it, but rather say that there is such an agreement and we're aware of it, that's an inducement for the city to approve the resolution. Is that what you're saying?
I would be more comfortable with that.
He's more comfortable with that.
Personally.
You can ask the minutes to reflect a copy of the agreement, because we've all talked about it. It can certainly be attached to the minutes of the meeting so that someone can see it if they ever needed to add a little meat to your amendment.
So memo of understanding would be attached to the minutes.
If you make such a motion.
I'm not comfortable with it being part of the minutes or being part of the public record at all. I'm relying on their agreement that they've reached amongst themselves. But
We're back to the main motion. Alderman Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. What I was actually going to make a statement about, somebody else talked about, so I'm going to make a note. I'm going to compliment you all and trust you all on the memorandum of understanding. I agreed that 2 weeks ago when we met last, the ball was rolling around on the floor and Mr. Andrews picked it up, made an offer, and passed it to Barry and his group. appreciate your hard work, really do. That was almost lost in Gulfbound. That's what I would say. Thanks.
Alderman Brown, thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else wish to speak on the main motion? All those in favor of resolution 2021-33, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. That passes unanimously. Now we have first reading ordinance 2021-26. This is an ordinance rezoning 216 Sanders-Ferry Road, located on the west side of Sanders-Ferry Road, north of Connie, and approving the Sanders-Ferry Adult Living Community Comprehensive Development Plan to govern the development of said property. Alderman Peterson.
Yes.
Second. Hold on, Alderman Peterson,
well,
hold on 1 second. Hold on. Give us just a second. Alderman Peterson.
Yes, Mayor, as the sponsor of this ordinance, I'd like to make a motion
Go ahead.
to agree with the Planning Commission's recommendation to deny the application based upon findings of facts included in the staff report.
We have a motion from Alderman Peterson and a second from Alderman Robertson. Marty, would y'all like to speak? Now's a chance. I think we actually have a slideshow ready for you, if you want to go forward with that. And I hope that they sort of instruct you a little bit. I don't think you have a clicker. When you need to switch slides, just say next slide, or at some point we're going to realize if you just say next or just turn around and look up there, that's when you want us to go to the next slide. So let's make sure we're good, and if we want to sort of move out of the way, that's quite all right too. Jason, I assume that we're good unless I see you raise your hands. It looks like a thumbs up. So, okay. Tell us who you are and go ahead and we're going to suspend the rules. I'm going to entertain a motion to suspend the rules to hear from folks from this development. I need a motion to that effect. We have a motion from Alderman Waters and a second from Alderman Robertson to suspend the rules to hear from the applicant. When you all come forward, please make sure to introduce yourself and what your role is in that. All in favor of suspending the rules to hear from the applicant, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. That passes unanimously. Go ahead, gentlemen.
Mr. Mayor, Aldermen, city officials, I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Gregory Lutfi. I'm the sole owner of this property. This property is in my name only, and I have no partners. I want to first start by saying I think Hendersonville is a great city. When I first came down here, I saw the beauty, and I also saw the lack of attention to the state of its disrepair. I believe this is a tremendous opportunity for us to fill a need in the town and to also improve and revitalize the peninsula and have a positive effect on the town and give more access to the lake, the city by the lake. I'm surprised to see all of this opposition, and I would never have expected it. Heck, if I believe half the things I read on social media, I would not be agreeable to it. I know that you've been through challenges yourselves with investigations, and I'm sure nothing came up, and I hope that's over. I have talked to so many people about this project, and they are for it, but they are afraid to come forward to speak in its favor because of fear.
Hey, Greg, hold on 1 second. Yo, we're going to hear some things you're going to disagree with, okay? So let's just let him go ahead, and then we're going to have a vote up here and hopefully get dispensed with this before the end of the night. Thank you. Go ahead, Greg.
Thank you. I have continued to focus on this project and its merits, meeting with city officials, DPW, planning, parks. What's in this proposal is all of the feedback and things that came from the city agencies. The list of improvements for the parks came from the Parks Commissioner. The areas of the road to be improved came from DPW. The size and design of the building was revised several times with the feedback from planning. I have done nothing but be open, honest, and flexible throughout this whole process. I had an open house for the residents of the peninsula before I even brought it to the Planning Commission to gain their feedback. The question here is not if something is going to be built there, but what is going to be built there. And you, as city officials, can decide that tonight. I have sent all of you an email indicating our flexibility to negotiate. I hope you will consider that. I would like to give something back to the town than just build what I'm allowed to build. If at any point you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask. I have the professionals behind me, and we can answer all your concerns. I just want to say that there's been a lot of false statements and misrepresentations here, and I hope you would see through that. No one has come to me and asked me for my credentials or my, do I have wherewithal or do I have this or that. It's all what I see on social media, and that governs everyone's thoughts and opinions is instead of listening to the facts, is really I'm ashamed. So with that, I'd like to turn this over to Marty Cook, who will take you through this deck and this proposal. Again, we are open to negotiation, okay? And I hope you realize what we can and cannot build there, and it would be a real disservice to the town, to the people of Hendersonville, not to have something come out of this positive. Thank you.
Thank you, Vic. Marty?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you all. Thanks for giving us the opportunity to discuss this project in more detail tonight. You know, the last item on the agenda was a beautiful example of compromise and collaboration. When that Hyundai project was first proposed, Hyundai and Monhaven could not have been more at odds with what was being proposed. It was almost as controversial as this one. But you know what? They sat down, they came to the table, they brought their minds together, they brought their needs together, and they came up with a proposal that they were happy with, both sides, and that all of you were happy with. And that is what this process should be about. And that is what we have been trying to propose from the start. And all we have run into is no at every turn. Not one time has anybody said, you know what? We realize that you could put 128 units on there, on that property, and not have to give anything back to the city. But what if you did this? Or what if you did that? And then could offer some improvements for the road. But no one has done that. And that's all we're asking for. So let's talk about some of the real facts that are in our proposal that's part of your packet. Let's look at the next slide, please. So this is what's being proposed. As I said, as the zoning currently sits, this property is entitled for 128 units in an assisted living facility. What we're proposing is an age-restricted, 55-plus upscale independent living facility. There would be 172 for sale condo units, 122 similar units that would be for rent. Keeping in mind, the current zoning allows for 128 rental units, which is what that would be. There would be indoor parking, there would be residential, there would be a pool, lots of amenities for these 55-plus residents. Next slide, please. Now, there have been on social media and otherwise, even in some of our meetings, there have been lots of mythical figures that have been thrown around about what things would cost and what they wouldn't cost. But here's the deal. The developers are offering the development fee that has now become somewhat standard in this city of $3,500 per unit. The Saunders Ferry Road improvements they are offering, $3.4 million. They didn't pull that number out of the air. They went to the Public Works Director and said, if you had your wish list of what you could do to make Saunders Ferry Road more safe and a better road, what type of improvements would you make, and what would those improvements cost? That number came directly from your Public Works Department. The same Public Works Department asked for only $600 worth of improvements in this year's budget, and that item was removed from the budget. So this year, $0 were allocated to Saunders Ferry Road. This is an opportunity for $3.4 million. The Mallard Point Park improvements. Again, not something just out of thin air, not just a pipe dream. That number and the proposed improvements to the park came directly from the Parks Director. Those were his suggestions as to how that park could be improved and make it a better park for this city. Again, the developers didn't make that up. They went to the city, they went straight to the source, and they said, what would you want? And what would it cost? Next slide. So again, here's a breakdown of the development fee that's been proposed. Next slide. These are traffic flow improvements, and this is a combination of both what Marshall Boyd, your former Public Works Director, suggested would be his ideal improvement to Saunders Ferry Road, and what a professional traffic engineer, as part of a traffic study, which was submitted with our materials, felt like would be needed to make improvements to Saunders Ferry Road. And so the improvements that are being proposed are from a professional traffic engineer and from your Public Works Director. They weren't made up by us or anybody on behalf of the developers. They came straight from professionals. Next slide. Again, additional traffic flow improvements at Imperial Boulevard that came from the same sources. Next slide. These are the improvements at the driveway. Next slide. Paving improvements. Again, these are basic improvements that are much needed on Saunders Ferry Road and have been for a long time, and were not in this year's budget. Next slide. Additional safety improvements. Next slide. Boardwalks, improve the utilities. Next slide. So again, here's the total, and that's where that came from. Discussions have begun with the Army Corps of Engineers. They have certainly not said no. They have said they're willing to consider what is being proposed and are willing to work with the city and the developers to improve the road conditions. Next slide. These are the improvements that the Parks Department suggested for Mallard Point Park, which the developer is willing to fund. Next slide. And those are anticipated to be approximately $450,000. Next slide. As many of you know, a greenway for Saunders Ferry Peninsula has been in the works for many, many years. Funding has always been a hurdle for that greenway. It has been mentioned at several of the meetings that the residents of the peninsula don't really care about having a greenway. However, I think the city and the city leaders have felt like adding to our greenway system and continuing that greenway down Saunders Ferry Peninsula would be a positive for our city, and therefore the developers are offering to assist with that greenway project as well. Next slide. So there have been revisions to this proposal after discussions with the planning department, with the planning commission. And the original submission was 347 units and 7 floors with a building height of 82 feet. Next slide. They then dropped it down to 299 units and 7 floors with a height of 75 feet. Next slide. And then made additional revisions to keep the unit count the same, but to decrease by another floor to 6 floors, to lower the building height to 63 feet, and make sure that all fire codes were satisfied. Next slide. And so, again, in that spirit of compromise, while we are proposing the 299 units, there is clearly room between 128, which the property is already entitled for, and the 299, and there is room for collaboration, there is room for compromise in coming to some type of variation of this project that would be a win for the city and would be a win for the developers. They've crunched the numbers, and this is what they feel like they can offer at these various levels. Even as of today, and I can hand this around to you folks, here's a new rendering of a 4-floor, 150-unit design on the property. So again, this is a few units more than the 128 that is already entitled for. It would enable them to contribute not the full $5 million, but $500,000 that the city could use as it wishes. These would be for sale condominium units rather than rental units that are already allowed as part of the 128. And so all we're asking is for some collaboration. All we're asking for is some compromise. I heard everything you all said about what the parties did in the Hyundai and Monhaven situation. And it was all positive. And this can be positive too. So please come at this with a spirit of collaboration, with a spirit of compromise, and not with an automatic no. Thank you for your time. We have some representatives from Lowe's Design here who can speak to any of the technical or engineering questions that you may have about the proposal.
So do they want to continue the presentation, or do they want us to answer questions?
My name is April Everson with Lowe's Design. I'm here to answer questions. I think we've gone over the design several times, but if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer those.
Why don't we go ahead? Are there any more slides that you want to show us? Okay, so what we can get back to the desk here. So I'm going to go back to Alderman Peterson with any questions, or Alderman Robertson. Any questions of the staff? Alderman Robertson, any questions of the, I'm sorry, not the staff, any questions of the applicant? Okay. Sure. Sure, yeah. So the motion is actually to deny this. So by voting yes, you're voting to agree with the Planning Commission, which was a recommendation to deny based on findings of fact that was provided by our staff. So the discussion we're having right now is whether or not to deny this. Alderman Waters. I think if you just talk, they'll pick you up.
Could you put that other slide up there?
Yeah, the one with the cars.
Yeah, the last slide. The last one.
Hold on one second. Jason, can you put the last slide up there? Okay, you can do that. And Alderman Waters, I believe if you go ahead and talk, they'll adjust the sound as you're going, and we'll be good. I think you're good. somebody to come to the microphone.
Yes, that's correct.
Pull the mic down.
April, help us out. Can you just pull
Pull
the
the
mic
mic down.
I'm short, I'm sorry. Yes, that is correct.
We need somebody to speak on the microphone.
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. She said that's correct.
Some are for rent and some are for sale. They've, in some of the previous slides, talked about having the front building for sale units and the rear building for rent.
So some are for rent, some are for sale. Can you finish that last part there, April, for us? You sort of moved close to the microphone for a second.
Sorry, is this better?
Yeah.
Okay. The front building would be for sale and the back building would be for rent and some for sale. Is that correct? That's correct.
Repeat that?
Front building's for sale, back building is for rent.
How much is it
Rentals.
on the new? On this one?
Will there be two buildings? The front one will be for sale, the back one will be for rent. For sale,
It's a split.
yeah, it's two buildings.
It's a split.
So there are some national laws on age-restricted communities, and the covenants and restrictions that would be in place for this community would have limitations on what percentage of residents must be 55 or older. It's around 75 or 80% that these communities usually have in their restrictions or covenants. That's similar to the age-restricted community that's over on Saundersville Road. There's a 75%. So that's what you'll typically see for these type of communities under federal laws.
You assume 500,000 is the minimum price, is that? Yes, that's,
I don't believe that's the minimum, but that they could certainly be in that range, yes.
I appreciate that, Alderman Waters. Ms. Elson, Alderman Robertson.
That's correct.
So, this will have to go back through the planning.
To the planning commission.
Now, no, it would, it could alter, I mean, some of this is substantially altered, with 150 versus the 299, but it would be procedurally okay, if it was altered, it could be done at this level with BOMA.
And it can be done tonight.
Yes. But, with this being the first reading, if that was the case, then there's quite a bit of detail that would need to be worked out prior to this coming back for a second reading, because an altered plan that would be altered that much, we'd have to, at the minimum, we'd need to get a review cycle, so the planning staff and fire, and the Public Works could take another look at it and do a new staff report for BOMA, kind of like we do for the Planning Commission. So it's not, it would be procedurally okay to do that. It's a pretty big change. But certainly, even if what they're proposing is denied, they could still, if they came back with 150, that would be substantially different than what they previously proposed. So the 1 year limitation where we say, hey, if you get denied, you can't come back for a year for that same project. If it was that type of a difference, that'd be significant difference, and it could go back through the process as a new proposal. So that's a possibility as well.
So, Mayor, I'm ready to make my comments.
Go ahead.
As before, it's original file.
Go ahead. Just to give everybody a sort of a heads up, I am going to request that we suspend the rules since we're seeing a drastically different option here. And let some of the folks who spoke earlier, at least signed up earlier, speak again. That's going to be up to the will of the board here. But I think since we're seeing something so different, the comments earlier may or may not have been apropos to what we have in front of us. Alderman Robertson, go ahead.
And that's why I asked the question. So, regardless of what action this board makes tonight, I think that petition has the right, because what the said is it is significantly different. And so, the petition would have the right to go back through the process and try from this flag over the flagpole.
And
Hold on, Marty.
if I may-
Hold on, Marty. So, do you want him to address this, or do you want to continue speaking?
I have no objections.
Okay, don't worry.
I was just going to follow what Mr. Free said, similar to the Hyundai situation. Between first reading and second reading can be an opportunity for some compromise and collaboration. We've done that with other projects in the city that I've been involved in, where, you know, in Anderson Park, at first reading, there were some stacked flat condos, and after first reading, we came back with some of you all who didn't like that. We modified the design. We worked with Keith. We modified the design, and we made fairly significant design changes between first reading and second reading. And so that's all we're asking for, is maybe the opportunity to have some of those conversations, not have to start over. But if you all are willing to do that, then let's take this opportunity between first reading and second reading to see if there's something that can be worked out. Thank you.
Thank you, Marty. Alderman Robertson. I'll come to you, Alderman Collins, in a minute.
Based on what we said, I think I would like to postpone my comment, see if anybody has any questions, comments. I mean, I'm ready to vote tonight on the original proposal. I have comments that I have prepared, but again, I would say that whatever decision we make tonight doesn't foreclose your opportunity to refine this in a different form. At a later time, but I believe for community good, for the public interest, this matter needs to be resolved. So let me make my comments.
Can I clear up one thing real quick? Okay, so Keith mentioned something about the year delay. If we deny this, they cannot bring this back to us for a year unless, what was the wording, Keith?
There's a
Substantial change.
Substantial difference, thank you. Okay, so what he's saying is that if we deny this tonight, they could immediately start the process going back before the planning commission with one of those options right there. So they can immediately begin that process. If they don't want to do that and they want to come back with the same one, they would have to wait for a year. So I want to explain that to you. Alderman Robertson, go ahead.
First of all, ladies and gentlemen, I would thank our citizens for their participation in this process. The logic, passion, and advocacy permeates this session. When you're talking about a person's home, you're talking about a person's environment
Robertson, thank you. Alderman Collins.
We have not applied for a grant for that, and we don't have an estimate for that work. We did apply, well, we submitted to the GNRC for the long-range plan for a project to widen all of Sanders Ferry to 3 lanes, and it was not accepted. It's not programmed, but the preliminary estimate for that was $21 million, but it was not programmed, and that was for all of Sanders Ferry to the park. Yes, for the entire length to widen it to 3 lanes. It would definitely help. Turn lanes do add capacity, no doubt. I think one of the most important things is going to be the signal timing through that area, as well as some have voiced it's very difficult to make a left-hand turn onto Sanders Ferry from Main Street. It backs up. It's a very complicated area. The Walton Ferry project will help that as well. But to answer your question, yes, I think that would help.
Easy, folks. Easy. Hey, folks. Hey, folks. Hey, folks. We need to get a decision tonight. So let's let her speak. Let's let her speak. Okay. So just hold on and continue to let her speak, please. Go. That's a good point. What I meant by decision is we need to do something with this item. Not necessarily, we can defer it, we can do whatever. We need to do something with this item.
Was that my phone?
Okay. 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 So Alderman Collins, so it sounds like you're suggesting that that you're gonna make an amendment for one of these options here, and you're certainly within your rights to do that. You could do that now, or you could let everybody else speak, and then we can come back to you. Okay. Feel free to shout at me if I forget you. We will not take a vote before we come back to you, okay? Okay, thank you. Anything else before we move on to Alderman Cunningham? Alderman Collins, anything else before Alderman Cunningham? Okay. And then I've got Alderman Dixon, Alderman Brown. Alderman Cunningham.
Thank you, Mayor. Keith? All right, so if I'm understanding the new proposal for 4 stories for 150 units, do you have any idea what square footage that would be, or what kind of units they would be? How many would be rentals? How many would be for sale?
No, I haven't, other than seeing the PowerPoint that was sent today that
Okay.
we're looking at. Yeah.
All right,
haven't seen that.
so I understand this correctly. This property is already zoned for 128 units, is that correct?
That's correct, and it's.
Tell me about those units. What do they look like? Are they rentals? Are they owned?
No, those would be, that's a conditional use permit that was obtained some years ago, but it's still valid on the property, where you could have, I think it's 20 units an acre, and it totals up to potentially 128 units, and that's of assisted living / memory care, which is a different kind of facility than independent living. And, but that is currently what's approved. There were projects previously that didn't go through, but that conditional use permit is still on that property. A few years ago, we did have a project coming forward, interested, didn't go through the process, but was interested in doing assisted living, and just.
And how big of a building would that be? Do you have any idea? I'd like to know more about that compared to.
It probably would, it just depends on what the configuration is. To stay within the zoning of the SR1, then there is a limit to the height within the SR1. I don't have that right here, but there is a.
And what is that height of that building? Would you be able to check that and let me know? Is it 4 stories?
Yeah, well, it's not.
Hold on.
Excuse me, I'm asking
Keith, go
I
ahead.
can't hear what you're saying with
I didn't
the
hear what
lights.
you said, I'm sorry.
So
I'm
her
sorry.
question was, what is the height of that building? Would it be 4
Yeah,
stories?
what it is I think in SR1, there isn't a building, it's a use, and it's approved for a use. So there isn't a building that it's approved for, but in SR1, I believe it's a 35-foot is the height, which would probably be 3 stories, depending on the height of each floor.
Okay, and then there would be a parking lot in there too?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so for a facility like that would be like a 24-hour facility with 3
Probably.
different shifts of people working, is that
Yeah.
right?
Could be. It's not quite a nursing home, it's just assisted. So it's sort of like independent living, except that it would have to provide services to those individuals, and there's specific types of services, and it's state regulated and that type of thing, as well as memory care, which is a little bit more intensive and is getting close to a nursing home. But a building that would be an assisted living building probably would be a 2 to 3 story building, and then have a parking lot around it, and and all of those types of things.
Okay, all right, and then, those are my questions about what it's approved for right now and what
Yes.
we're gonna, what they're suggesting, proposing to change it to.
Yes, and if anyone wanted to do an assisted living / memory care, the use is approved, but the particular building that they would want to build, that would have to go to the planning commission for a site plan. And as long as they met all of our design standards and all of the zoning ordinance, then it would be approved.
But they're limited to 128, right?
Yes, limited to, I think it's 20 units an acre.
Okay.
And independent living is limited to 15 units an acre.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alderman.
Alderman Cunningham, thank you. Alderman Dixon.
Thank you, Mayor. High-density development of this nature belongs somewhere. It belongs in an already established dense city. Those developments make better sense for a city to be able to cluster their schools and their fire and EMS and other infrastructure in close proximity. And Hendersonville is established as a suburban neighborhood community surrounded by neighborhoods full of homeowners trying to keep their property taxes low. As we continue to get rezoning requests for high-density properties, the city and county will have to reevaluate fire sections of our schools because we live in this growing community and there are different reasons for property taxes. It is a fact that high-density developments lower the values of surrounding properties when they are in a less compact city environment. And that is not Hendersonville. But having said all this, I believe each member of BOMA has the obligation to vote, in large part, as the citizen's voice. We are here to serve the people of this community. After several months of many, many emails, phone calls, text messages, social media comments, social media messages, I have heard the people of Hendersonville loud and clear. The community wants to keep its hometown feel within our neighborhoods. Therefore, I will not be supporting this rezone request as it is. I don't even know if I can support it with this. I think that this will still bring additional traffic. The current rezoning and the assisted living facility may be somewhat less traffic. I'm willing to keep an open mind, but I cannot support any high density at this level on that peninsula. Thank you.
Alderman Dixon, thank you. Alderman Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. Hard to hear up here, I tell you, folks. This proposal that is here tonight, you have 299 units. You are willing to look at doing this part, what you're saying. I think the things that I have pulled out of emails and out of 444 pages in this book, the biggest concern is traffic. Second biggest concern is taxes are going to increase. I've heard that these units will bring crime to town. I'll tell you, I don't believe that. You're looking at $500,000 units. I don't see that happening. I would compliment you all for the work that you put in. It's been quite a bit, and you've been willing to compromise with folks. I agree, Mr. Lucky, with you. Facebook and social media are death wishes. Here would be my question. I think for all practical purposes, this 299 units is going to be denied tonight. I think that's what that looks like down through this one. I think we're strong enough to do that. We did, Marty, come up with a great compromise a month ago, come back tonight. I'm amazed about that. that's usually how things get done. You get it all or you get none, but coming to the middle is something that is sometimes harder to do. And I know most of the folks sitting out there tonight are wanting none. But I think they're going to get 128 or something, and no dollars on the back end of it. And I appreciate the numbers that have been, I keep going behind me, but the numbers that you have put your pencil to and come up with and really contribute back to the city. Again, I hate to say that I've sat here a long time and listened to a lot of developers, and Marty's represented several of them, but all have been more willing to work than I think some folks that we've had before that we've compromised with. So I guess one question I wrote down here, any of these 150 units here that you propose, any of those be rentals? And that may have already been asked yet, but I'm only hearing about half what's going on. Like Johnny Watson, I've got hearing aids.
That's certainly up for negotiation. Will be part of the discussions that we would be willing to have, and as you know, with other developments, we've been willing to, not with these developers, but in negotiations that I've had with you all in the past, we've been willing to place some restrictions on certain units as far as rentals and make them only owner occupied, and so that's, all I can say is that would absolutely be part of the discussions we would be willing to have.
That's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Brown. Alderman Petrelli.
Thank you, Mayor. So in my tenure as alderman, I've never voted for a high-density project.
Pull that mic closer to you.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Talk a little louder.
In my tenure as alderman, I have never voted for a high-density project. I think most developers in town and out of town know that. Having grown up on Long Island, New York, I moved here when I was 8 years old. We moved here for family reasons. We assimilated, we contributed to the community. But where I'm seeing Hendersonville now is broaching that high-density point. We have the traffic, we have the trash. I don't know what's happened to our city. I don't know why people are throwing trash on the ground, but stop doing it and clean it up. And density. And it's no reflection on you or your project. But in my time in Hendersonville, which is 80% of my life, I have lived on this peninsula. There's just no black and white about it. I'm here to represent the people, and the folks that I represent have made it very clear over the last 7 months that this would create an environment that they do not wish to live in. I have grave concerns about the traffic. We still don't have our light synchronization up yet, which I know is above our reach at this point. But it is very concerning to think of the density. So much so that I've had many discussions with our planning director over the last 2 years about the Old Town Center zoning, which is why, as I'll refer to him as Alderman Prentice, has been mentioning it the last few meetings. You know, Alderman Prentice was my alderman when I was growing up. And the concern with the Old Town Center zoning is that we get nothing for people knocking down a mid-century ranch and putting in 40 townhomes. There's no benefit to the city, which is the green line there in reference to this project. So I know some people will be, you know, in opposition to what my talking points are here tonight, but I do not completely believe in that philosophy of where there's no growth, the city dies. If you look at some of our surrounding cities closer to Nashville, cities that I've spent time in, I'm not going to name them, but they are under revitalization mode. They're becoming hotspots. We've seen it in East Nashville. It's starting to creep into North Nashville. but we have to safeguard our city with the choices that we make for development. One of the positive things that has come out of this process in the last half a year is that I think citizens have become more fully aware of how the planning process works. Folks that own land have property rights, and while to date they do not have the zoning that they're asking for, they do have a zoning that means that they have the potential to build on that land, which means that we cannot stop that. Just like you cannot stop your neighbor from building next to you, it has to be within regulations, but unless you own your view, you don't own your view. With that being said, the people of Ward 1 have spoken, and I represent them on this issue, and I cannot support this project. Thank you.
Alderman Petrelli, thank you. I'm going to go back to Alderman Collins, unless anybody else wishes to speak for the first time. Alderman Collins.
I am getting text all the time telling me that nobody can hear me, so I'm going to try really hard to project. Keith, could you help me understand if they submit at the 150 level, which would be 22 additional density levels, then how long would that take to go through planning before it's back in front of BOMA?
Yes, Alderman. Depending on what day they would submit it, that would take about a month and a half to get to the Planning Commission. And then after that, 2 weeks later, go to General Committee, BOMA General Committee. And then 2 weeks after that would be like here tonight. So it's about, it could be about two months before, if they submitted it in the next submission cycle, before it would come back to where it is right now, assuming there's no deferrals. In this particular one, I believe there was a deferral at the previous.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, assuming there are no deferrals, because I believe this one, I believe it was deferred at planning, and then they came back because we had 2 public hearings. But so that's about the time frame that it would be. And if there was a submission, for 150 versus a 299, if a 299 got denied, they could resubmit for 150, and could be for the same zoning, could be for a different zoning.
Okay. If we amended this to be at the 150 level, then will you be prepared? Is that enough time between now and our next meeting, September 14th, for your staff to process all of that different information and have staff comments and so on ready for us?
When is the next meeting?
I think it's September 14th.
September the 14th.
We've been through this in committee.
Yeah. It would depend on if, and I don't know if they're prepared to submit something next week, a full package next week, but yeah, probably we could probably get that done, and it would just be one review cycle. We wouldn't do 2. We would just do one cycle with the staff, and then that would be we would have that prepared before the next, if you chose to do that.
And Mr. Can we ask them if they would be prepared to submit the documents? Okay, Mr. Lefty or whomever, would you be prepared to submit documents of that nature at the next, within a week?
Yes, we would be ready to submit for the 150 units.
Okay. So we can resolve this in a month. Director Free, is this accurate? We can resolve this in a month, or we can resolve it 2.5 months or more from now.
You better control the crowd.
We're gonna have, Mr. Free answers. Go ahead, Keith. Let me remind y'all, we have got less than 2 hours to make some sort of decision on this. I have offered that we're gonna let some of y'all speak again. If this continues, we're not gonna get done by 11:30. Go ahead, Keith.
11.
So if you altered their submission now, if it wasn't denied and you altered the submission to move it on to second reading for 150 units, then yes, by next meeting, then that could be the second reading and you could approve something then.
Okay.
If it gets denied this evening at 299 and you resubmit to go back through the process, it would take another 2 months approximately to get back to the point of where you're at right now. And then it's going to take an additional month for the second reading. Does that kind of answer?
It does.
Answer that?
It does. My concern is that what I'm hearing is that you guys want this to be over with, but then you want it to take longer to resolve. If on second reading we voted no to 150, then certainly we're not going to do more than 150, and they move forward with the 128 assisted living. And I think a month is enough time for me, frankly. I feel like a month is enough time for me, and so I am going to offer an amendment that we move this to the 150 with $500,000 placed in a surety bond and no rentals.
So I think Alderman Cunningham, what you also need to say, and help me out, Keith, is that we are wiping the slate clean of everything that they have proposed tonight and everything that the staff has looked over and that has been commented on so far. And all that we really have is 150 units, $500,000, and no rentals.
And I would advise, and I just have to advise this, that I understand the concern about rental, but it's not appropriate to be putting limitations on whether it's rental or homeowner occupied. I know we've had those discussions, and I know, especially for the public, it seems like we could put those restrictions, but we need to be very careful in putting those. Those are typically, if a developer is offering that, then certainly we can work with that if they're looking to eliminate rental, but we would not want to say that's something they had to do to be considered.
Okay, so I will remove that language.
So your motion is that 150 units with the expectation of a contribution of $500,000. We've got a motion on the floor. We have a second from Alderman Brown. Alderman Collins, do you want to speak on this anymore?
No.
Okay, Alderman Brown, do you want to speak on this? I've got Alderman Skidmore in the queue, but it's not on this amendment, although I suspect it is on this amendment. Let me. Okay, Alderman Skidmore.
Thank you very much. So I want to, no one can hear tonight. I've gotten a bunch of emails from YouTube. First of all, who's in charge of the IT department for City of Hendersonville?
That's Mary Beth Ippick, and we're doing the best.
Okay, thank you very much. I know you're doing the best you can. Everybody's doing a good job. Everybody's doing the best they can. I just want to know who's in charge of the IT department, and I'll talk to you tomorrow about it, or the following day, not Wednesday, because there's a rotary going on. It's just a bad day, but by Thursday I'll get in touch with you. Now, here's my question. What are we getting ready to vote on right now? Do you have an amendment? Is there an amendment on the floor?
Amendment on the floor, that we wipe everything clear and we go to 150 units and 500,000.
Okay, I'm going to speak to that amendment right quick. All right, I'm just going to tell you right now, fellow members of the board, I've been very quiet tonight because I've been listening. And normally, I usually have something to say, but I will say this to this board tonight. You do not, I repeat, do not want to go to second reading. That is the worst mistake that this city can do. So I'm encouraging you to vote against the amendment. That is just, it is just and there are a lot of reasons why that I don't want to even raise tonight for this board. But just trust me when I tell you, you need to vote this thing down tonight. Be done with it. If they want to come back, then they should do what every other developer in this community does. That's simple. They don't need any favors from us. They came to us. You know?
Hold on, y'all.
So,
Hold on, y'all.
Mayor, hold on, man.
You're fine.
Go ahead.
What
What
I
were
was
you
just
saying?
asking to calm down for a second.
No, well, I've been listening, and I'm sitting here we're just kind of playing patty cake up here, and I'm ready to vote. And I'm not gonna kowtow to the development. I'm not gonna do that. They're going to abide by the rules that the city of Hendersonville has had in this community for years. It's that simple. And they know that. They knew that when they bought the property. You know, I'm not going to go out tomorrow and say, hey, I'm going to sell Neptune Drive and put 4 houses on it because I've got an 1.5 acre lot and I expect favors. I'm not going to do anything that crazy. I'm going to go through it which I would never do, but I'm just saying that if I had property in the city of Hendersonville that was vacant, I wouldn't expect anything except what the law is required for me to do. And they're not going to come up here and say, well, I can feel that the Board of Aldermen is not going to vote in my favor tonight, so I'm going to knock it back to 128 tonight. That's just wrong. That's not fair. So if I need to call the question under the rule of parliamentary procedure, call the question to go ahead and let us vote on this, I will ask to do that. But there are several issues that I want to bring up dealing with Ward 1 with this development. All that we've heard tonight is just about that specific piece of property. Look, if we vote on this property tonight, and let's say that it's accepted through 2 readings, they've got an apartment complex, and then they've got the 55 and under or over, excuse me, and that it's accepted. What is it going to do to Imperial Boulevard? What is it going to do to Rockland Road? And what is it going to do to 65 when people have to go to work? Not one thing has been mentioned about that, and that bothers me. What are you going to do with Walton Ferry Road? Not one thing has been mentioned, and I know that a lot of people here tonight are Saunders Ferry Road, and you should be worried about that. Because when they say that $4 million is going to do it, I'm going to tell you something, folks. I've been Public Works Chairman for probably 20-something years in the city of Hendersonville. And $4 million or $5 million or even $8 million is not going to do the job on correcting Saunders Ferry Road. You're dealing with the Corps of Engineers. Seriously now, and I'm very sincere when I talked about this, we have dealt as a city. We've got a great relationship with the Corps of Engineers, but man, there are things that we have been dealing with the Corps of Engineers for over 15 years, and we still haven't gotten a decision because they honor their property. They watch it just like we do our own. And I don't blame them because we're it for them as far as the property by the lake. This is it. You think Mallard Point, nothing has been done, that we have just sat on our tails, pardon the expression, that we didn't want to do things with Mallard Point or Saunders Ferry Park, you know? We want to do these things, but then when you go to the Corps, and like I said, I don't blame them, they say, well, we'll look at it. 5 years later, they're still looking. What about, I don't think there's anybody but here in Ward 6, and I'll close with this, Mayor. But let's take, for example, when we had to go in there by the railroad tracks, and the water was there, and we had to try to fix those people's homes over there with the flooding, and we had to get permits from the Corps of Engineers. It took forever. I know. I lived it, man. I lived it. This is the last piece of property pretty much on the peninsula. It's important to you. It's important to me. It's important to the people that live there. I was a kid years ago, and I used to walk right through that to go to the lake sometimes when I would tell my mom I was going, you know, I'm going to be honest with you. I would tell her I was going somewhere else, but I'd be going to the lake. You know, and this was before I moved and lived on the lake. We would do that as kids. We would go down there because Hendersonville was a lot different back in the 70s. And we would do that, and, you know, and the lady that said, made a mention, I don't know, I can't see you out there, and you may be gone by now, but you made a reference about the deer and the ducks. Man, they've been there, they've been doing that forever. They'll move somewhere else in Hendersonville, I can assure you. It'll probably be in our backyards is where they'll go. But the bottom line is don't worry about them. Let's worry about what the development is going to have the major effect that it's going to have on Hendersonville. And when the development that is here this evening mentioned, and I'll close with this, Hyundai and them are almost alike? No way. Do not believe that smoke, because that's what that is, that's smoke. They're completely different. They were working with that group. They're just trying to get their property rezoned. And I know that I'm saying these things, and it sounds like I'm beating them up. Maybe I am because I live here. But the fact is, they're very different, and I would encourage to go ahead and not amend anything, vote this up or down, and if they have a better idea, let them come back. And Mr. Free, I want to say this. If you don't think that's from 300 to 128 or whatever they're saying, or whatever that is, that's a material change of circumstance, and it needs to start from the very beginning again, like everybody else.
So I need to sort of clarify my feelings on this. I think everybody knows where I am on the main motion and what was presented, what's been presented to the Planning Commission, to the General Committee, and to us, and also deferred one time to the Planning Commission. This idea of the 150 and the 500,000 contribution, we would not let somebody walk in the door tonight on a piece of property and make that offer. We would not allow that. We would not allow that. We would expect them to go through the planning staff, have the planning staff evaluate that, make sure they submitted that in a timely manner, go to the Planning Commission, have the Planning Commission give their opinion of it, go to the General Committee, and then come to us. That's what we expect. If somebody walked in the door right now and had a piece of property and said, I want to offer you this, we would not even consider discussing it tonight. We would tell them, this is the process. Those are our rules. This is the process. Essentially, that's what we're doing right now. We're saying, don't worry about our rules. Don't worry about our process. We're going to take up an item that has just walked in the door tonight, and we're going to consider that. That's wrong. We should not move forward with an alternative this significantly different than what has been considered and gone through the process and follow our rules to this point. We should not consider something else. I am absolutely set on voting against this amendment, voting against this project, and if they have what they think is a better option, go through the process that we set out, follow our rules, and we'll all come back and deal with it again. Alderman Robertson.
Just very briefly, and with all due respect, Alderman Collins and Brown, I can't support the amendment I think it's important to go through the process. If they change it, and Mr. Freeze says to 150 is a dramatic change, I want this to go through the process of the Planning Commission. Some of us have said up here that we look at the Planning Commission as experts, as kind of the first opportunity for the community to speak to it. So I want the Planning Commission to hear the new proposal. I want them to vet it out. I want the staff to vet it out and not be in a hurry within 30 days to have to, put everything else behind them and get on this and make this work. I want the Planning Commission, I want the process to play out. After the Planning Commission, then it goes to General Committee. I want General Committee. I want another public hearing if there's a new plan developed. We've already had a public hearing, so my fear is at the second reading, there wouldn't be another public hearing because we've already had one. Maybe we could waive the rules and have another public hearing, but I want it to go through the process just like any other piece of a rezoning would do, and so for that reason, with all due respect, I cannot support the amendment.
So I need to ask the board how they feel about suspending the rules. We have something significantly different, and I'm going to go to Alderman Campbell and then come back to Alderman Thompson. Need to ask the board, since we have something significantly different about suspending the rules. My idea is that we look down this list of 16 people who signed up, 2 of which crossed their names out, 1 said that he didn't need to speak, and consider giving them 2 or 3 minutes to speak. If that's too much, give me your thoughts on that. Otherwise, I'm going to entertain a motion that everybody who signed up gets to speak again for 2.5 minutes. If they're gone, they don't get that opportunity. That's a good question. Some people didn't sign up, weren't prepared for this proposal that we're considering right now. Alderman Robertson.
Well, if the amendment is adopted, then I think we need to cross that bridge when we get to it.
Okay.
I don't think we're to that point yet. I mean, I can't count noses.
Okay.
But I don't think the amendment's going to pass. Let's have a vote on it, and let's move forward.
That seems reasonable. Okay, that seems reasonable. Now we're going to go to Alderman Cunningham. We'll come back to you, Alderman Collins, unless somebody else wants to speak for the first time on the amendment. So remember,
Alderman Cunningham, you call me Cunningham, that's all right.
I don't know who's fire police, I don't know who's Cunningham.
You don't have a computer
Alderman
back
Campbell.
there. We're good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I've lived on that peninsula for 54 years, so I get where you're coming from. We are crowded out there. I know something's going to come on that property. What? I don't know. I will tell you this, it's not going to be 2 or 3 houses. That's not happening. It's going to be something 128 to 150, somewhere in that ball game. That's where we're going to be at, unfortunately, at the end of the day. Or at the end of the process. Let me put it to you like that. As I was running for office the first time, I had people, there was a for sale sign on some property on Walton Ferry. It's a little over 12 acres of land. It's still sitting there. And I had people asking me, hey, what's coming in across the street? I have no idea. But that's what started me thinking about the city purchasing property back then and turning it into passive parks. Because even though that property is close to a park, if the city was to purchase it and we turn it into a passive park or a very low-key park, we don't have to worry about 128 units or 150 units. Same thing we did at the Beatty Farm. I contributed to that. I supported the Beatty Farm. Some people thought I was crazy doing that and stepping up on that and still standing on it, and I would take and vote the same way today if I had the opportunity to vote for the Beatty Farm again. I think that long term is a wonderful thing for the city of Hendersonville, and I think that we need to start looking at our property. And I know a couple of years ago we had an ordinance that passed to start putting aside a portion of our city budget every year for green space purchases. And that would be specifically what this is for. Because we hear you. You want to hold up on allowing high density or other growth coming to our city. And I'm just curious, how many of you would be interested in the city buying more land, turning it into passive parks out here where we have spots that have it? Okay, so you're all for it too. Thank you. I agree. I think we need to start looking at that. And we need to start talking about that. And not just say, let's fill every space we have up with houses, condos, commercial buildings, or whatever. I also brought it up over there on New Shackle Island Road at Glenbrook Shopping Mall in front of the Good Shepherd United Methodist Church, and they want to sell 5 acres right there on the corner. I said, why won't the city buy it? It was $1.2 million. People thought I was crazy when I made that motion, but I was serious. If you don't want development right there, then the city needs to step up, buy it, turn it into a passive park, and we'll call it a day. And so I just want to make that clear that I'm all for buying more property and just stopping development. Because at the end of the day, that's what we're saying here, trying to tell someone that they've invested $2 million. And what are you going to do with your property? You know, I've seen, like when I say I've lived out there for 54 years, I've seen all the apartments come out there. If you live in Williamsburg Apartments, I was a kid, I used to play ball in that field right there where Williamsburg Apartments at. So did Mark, and so did Peg. And if you go down the Saunders Ferry side, I've seen Nottingham Apartments come in. I saw all the condos on the south side of Lake DeVille coming in down there. Used to have a public pool right there in the middle of that property. Smith's Pool. Smith's Boat Dock was across the street. Used to be Creekwood. The reason why I point out all this is because we've had public pools. If they were a great investment, we'd still have that public pool there today. And Mr. Smith sold that property a long time ago, and we have condos sitting on top of the property today. So I'm all for community voicing your concerns, and you know, if we can buy the property, let's buy it and just have it, you know, move on. Let's call it a day, make it a deer park or a duck park, or for your geese, your goose, or whatever you like there. But anyways, I am a no vote. I was a no vote in December when it all first came out on Facebook and started getting discussed. And I will tell you this, that some of you husbands and wives need to get together on your ideas, because the husband would say, I'm ready to buy one today, and the wife said, I'm opposed to it. So I tell them, y'all need to work this out, because y'all causing me a problem as an alderman here. But I am still a no vote today. Thank you very much.
Alderman Campbell, thank you. Alderman Collins.
I want to withdraw my motion because
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I appreciate Alderman Edwards reminding me that the Planning Commission really is our subject matter experts. I'm sorry. Don't worry, I can call Cunningham, so we'll just be whoever we want.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm so sorry. Was just saying that I appreciate Alderman Roberson reminding me that the Planning Commission really is our subject matter experts, and that their input is very valuable. And I think, like all of everyone, I'm just anxious to get this completely out of our minds so that we can move forward with the rest of our business that the city needs to conduct. And so I withdraw my motion. If
Alderman Collins, thank you for that. Alderman Brown, do you wish to withdraw your second? Okay. Alderman Skidmore, a second ago you mentioned something about calling the question.
Oh, yeah, I'll call the question on the motion.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to call the question and a second. This requires 9 votes, and it's not debatable. All those in favor, please signify by, we're going to call the roll on this. Please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no. Robert?
Brown?
Yes.
Campbell?
Yes.
Collins?
is this to call the question?
Call the question.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Cunningham?
Yes.
Dixon?
Yes.
Edwards?
Yes.
Hayes?
Yes, sir.
Peterson?
Yes.
Petrelli?
Yes.
Roberson?
Yes.
Skidmore?
Yes.
Waters?
Yes.
Clary?
Yes. Thank you. So, the motion that we have on the floor is to agree with the Planning Commission's recommendation that we deny this based on the findings of fact. If you do not want to accept this application, you would vote yes. If you would like to accept this application, you would vote no. Robert? Yes.
It's back.
Exactly. Brown?
Yes.
Campbell?
Yes.
Collins?
Yes.
Cunningham?
Yes.
Dixon?
Yes.
Edwards?
Yes.
Hayes?
Yes.
Peterson?
Yes.
Petrelli?
Yes.
Roberson?
Yes.
Skidmore?
Yes.
Waters?
Yes.
And Clary?
Yes.
Motion unanimous.
That passes unanimously. motion to take a 3-minute break. A motion from Alderman Collins, a second from Alderman Dixon. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed, please say no. That passes unanimously. We'll be back.
Rachel, waiting on you.
Speak louder, Rachel. Jason, tell me when.
Speak loud.
I can't, so we're good?
Maybe that's the chair down
Oh,
there.
that's the chair down there.
Okay, y'all, we are back, being recorded. We're back to our meeting. Y'all, we are back to being recorded. We are back to our meeting. For those of you not at the meeting and watching us, on TV or online or wherever you're watching us, we had a little accident here with one of the attendees, and, we're gonna take a moment of silence just for her, for just a second. She seems to be okay and headed to the hospital, but let's just take a second. Thank you all for that. We need to continue with our agenda. Reading of Resolution 2021-41. This is a resolution approving the lease of city property for construction and maintenance of a cell tower. I so move.
Second.
A second from Alderman Cunningham, not Alderman Campbell, but Alderman Cunningham. Any discussion? All those in favor of Resolution 2021-41, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. That passes unanimously. Thank you all. Next, we have first reading of ordinance 2000. Next, we have first reading of ordinance 2021-28. This is an ordinance establishing a consent agenda for meetings of the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. I so move.
Second.
A second from Alderman Hayes. Alderman Edwards.
Okay, I would like to make a motion to amend under section 2, section 103, where you have guidelines for citizens' comments. I would like to add "and public hearing," so the citizens' comments and public hearing would be subject to the same rules.
Second.
We have a motion from Alderman Edwards and a second from Alderman Petrelli. Does anybody need that repeated?
Okay, it's under section 2, it's about 3/4 of the way down, where it says guidelines for citizens' comments. Just add "and public hearing."
We have a motion from Alderman Edwards, a second from Alderman Petrelli. Is that correct?
Yes.
Any discussion on that item? All those in favor of this amendment, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. That passes unanimously. Next, we're on the main motion. This is first reading of ordinance 2021-28. All those in favor of ordinance 2021-28 as amended, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. That passes unanimously. We had item E withdrawn by the sponsor. We're now down to item F. This is first reading of ordinance 2021-31. Ordinance transferring $55,548.45.
So moved.
From the Drakes Creek dredging project to the Memorial Park Fountain renovation project, and accepting an appropriate donation amount of $11,229 from the Rotary Club of Hendersonville. Alderman Hayes makes that motion.
Second.
And a second from Alderman Dixon. All those in favor of first reading of ordinance 2021-31, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. That passes unanimously. Next, we're on item G. This is first reading of ordinance 2021-30. It's an ordinance amending budget ordinance 2021-22 to appropriate donated funds donated from Morris Orthodontics. Alderman Brown. We have a
Second.
motion from Alderman Brown, a second from Alderman Campbell. All those in favor of accepting first reading of this donation from Morris Orthodontics, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. That passes unanimously. Now we have resolution 2021-40. This is a resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into an agreement to host the TSSAA Middle School State Softball and Baseball Tournaments. Alderman Brown. We have a motion
Second.
from Alderman Brown, a second from Alderman Campbell. I need to speak on that. I've got a couple items about that, and I can't vote for it. But one of the things I asked when we move forward with this budget is that we do a better job of tracking what kind of economic impact this is, what kind of return on investment. The best numbers we have show that there's a return on investment of -$500. To me, that's an expense. I am fine spending money if it's going to benefit the people of Hendersonville. To me, this is not something, that expense is not something that's going to benefit the people of Hendersonville. It does have some benefit to a couple businesses. I think that they should have more skin in the game if that's the case. We have certainly seen, and I've received a couple emails, that bringing in some of these events has a impact on maintaining our parks, a negative impact on maintaining our parks. We have had to divert the attention and some of our resources to these events, which means that some of our maintenance has suffered a little bit. I've said my piece. Any other discussion? Alderman Brown.
Actually, Alderman Dixon was before me.
Alderman Dixon.
And I just wanted to also point out that we are agreeing on 15 hotel rooms, 15 nights of hotel rooms on top of this, which could be $3 grand a year as well, added on to the $10,000.
Say that again. Alderman Dixon, thank you. Alderman Brown.
I'm sorry.
I'd like
You wanna get Dallas?
Park Director Gilly to come up if he would.
You say
I think we need to hear from him on this.
Mayor,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, we can't understand what Alderman
Oh.
Brown is saying.
It's a couple things going back and forth. We're gonna have, Parks Director Gilly come up here,
Okay,
and
thank
Alderman
you.
Brown's gonna ask him a
Okay.
couple questions. So, Alderman Brown.
I'm just we're asking for $10,000 plus the hotel rooms, and I guess we do need to talk about economic impact, what that brings to us, how long we've only did this, how long have we looked into it? I would just skip it forward and give us a summary of everything.
So 2020, the board voted unanimously for us to spend up to $20,000 to apply to bring this event to Hendersonville. It ended up costing us 10 because that was what the bid we turned in. Sumner County Tourism will be paying for those 15 hotel rooms. The Hendersonville Rotary Club will be doing parking. They will make anywhere, this year they made around $3,500 in a donation from the TSSAA. They'll get the full amount this year because all the games will be played in our parks. We had one site off-site this year, but all of them will be here this year, so they'll make closer to $5,000. Also benefiting will be the Hendersonville Civitan Club as they collect all the concession money from this event, which they in turn invest back into our parks regularly. And also benefiting will be the Hendersonville High School softball and baseball teams because they work the scoreboard and provide PA, and the TSSAA makes a donation back to those groups for having this event here. The economic impact, as the mayor said, in the numbers that we've sent out to you all, direct local tax implication that we can track kind of in a general term, as we've discussed multiple times in committees, is close to 9,000. That does not include the hotel tax that we would collect, and you should have an updated staff report that was given to you tonight. 80 hotel rooms in 2 hotels were booked from teams from this tournament, and the occupancy rate that weekend this year was back up to 70%. It was at 19% the year before. So this event helped get us back to almost normal for hotel occupancy rate for that weekend.
So Sumner County Tourism is basically a cooperative partner in this with us.
Absolutely. Sumner County Tourism provides hospitality for all the TSSAA staff, and they paid for this year and have agreed to pay for next year all the hotel rooms for umpires and the TSSAA staff.
Your letter of agreement specifically says the city of Hendersonville shall provide the TMSAA with up to 15 hotel rooms.
That's correct, and we'll be providing that through Sumner County Tourism with our partnership with them.
Alderman Brown, anything else?
No, sir, thank you.
I'm not just looking at not spending this money. What I would strongly recommend instead is looking at the Parks Master Plan. And if you look at a couple areas where people feel in the survey where people answered, where they feel like we're deficient, pickleball comes up repeatedly. And I'm sure we've gotten some of those phone calls, especially for some older residents who used to play tennis. That pickleball is sort of the new thing. If you look on page 37 of that, and I understand you probably don't have that, pickleball is the first item that comes up that we currently don't have really a program for. So what I would like to do is, if we choose not to spend this money, that we look at leasing or starting a program for pickleball. We also have something to have it talk openly about. We also have an opportunity to buy some land next to Memorial Park. We're looking to see what the value of that land is, but that's something that I also encourage possibly use for this one. Any other discussion on this item? Appreciate that. Thank you, Alderman Brown. Thank you, Alderman Dixon. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye when Robert calls your name. All those opposed, please say no. This is Resolution 2021-40.
Brown.
Aye.
Campbell.
Aye.
Collins.
Aye.
Cunningham.
Yes.
Dixon.
No.
Edwards.
Yes.
Hayes.
Yes.
Peterson.
Yes.
Petrelli.
Yes.
Roberson.
Yes.
Skidmore,
Yes.
Waters,
No.
and Clary.
No.
It is 10 yea, 3 nay.
That passes with majority vote. Next, we're on items I, J, and K under ordinance and resolutions. And these are grouped together. These are part of the consent agenda. Does anybody wish to bring one of those off the consent agenda? I need a motion to approve all three of those.
So moved.
We have a motion from Alderman Brown, a second from Alderman Cunningham. Any discussion on those? All those in favor of approving items I, J, and K together, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. Item I is the second and final reading ordinance 2021-27, ordinance amending the zoning ordinance of the city of Hendersonville pertaining to building materials. Item J is resolution 2020-31. This is a resolution to carry over funds in the amount of $50,000 from the FY21 Police Department Special Projects line item to FY22 Police Department Special Projects line item. And item K is resolution 2021-39, a resolution authorizing the transfer of $258,219.11 from the flood insurance expense account and $40,000 from the Public Works Building Maintenance Fund. We have just approved all three of those. Next, we're on other agenda items, and we have grouped items A, B, C, D.
Excuse me, Mayor,
Yes,
don't we have H, executive session?
we have that coming up. That's gonna be, coming up at the very end.
Move approval.
So I need to make sure. Here we go. A, B, C, and D are under other agenda items.
I'll second it.
We have a motion from, who made the motion?
Robertson.
Alderman Robertson, a second from Alderman Hayes.
Motion, but I thought that was under consent.
So we voted on consent, that all these are approved. So now we're on other agenda items, A, B, C, D. A motion from Alderman Robertson, am I correct?
Yes.
Second from Alderman Hayes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any discussion on those items? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. So those pass unanimously. Now we're on brief committee reports. Anybody feel like we've skipped anything at this point? Brief committee reports. Alderman Brown, General
Mine's
Committee.
gonna be very brief because I can't find my sheet of paper right now, so
Perfect.
come back to me.
Public Safety, Alderman Chairman Campbell.
Nothing at this time, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Chairman Campbell. Alderman Peterson, Planning.
Yes, Mayor, I would like to call Director Free to the podium, please. We had a meeting with some rezoning, and I just wanted to have him discuss that meeting for clarification. Thank you.
Okay, I'll do this very quickly. We approved a final plat for Barnes Estate. We approved a development plan for Hazel Path Commons, adding the use of a car wash. Also in Hazel Path Commons, we approved a new building for Cheerville, and next to that, another new building, separate new building for Half Batch Brewery. Pretty cool development. Also approved the land use and transportation plan amendment for the New Shackle Island subway rezoning, as well as approved the New Shackle Island, recommended approval for the New Shackle Island subway rezoning. And that's all that I have.
Alderman Peterson. Anything else?
No, sir, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Director Free.
Thank you for that report. Thank you, Keith. Chairman Brown, General Committee.
Thank you, Mayor. We approved our minutes from July 13th, 2021. We looked at ordinance 2021-33, it's an ordinance establishing a special committee to recommend new ward boundaries that reflect the federal 2020 census. A lot of discussion on that. That will be before you on September 14th. What the mayor has proposed and some of the things we discussed, who should be on that committee, so on and so forth. He would ask you, and I would ask you, if you have feelings about that, please email the mayor. I will make sure that I send an email out in the next couple of days to remind you to do that, and may do that again. We also had ordinance 2134, an ordinance rezoning the property located east side of New Shackle Island Road and the south side of Irish Drive. That is a piece of property across from the Sonic and right by Owens Tax Service. That is fine. It looks like something's going to be built on it. So that was passed to move forward unanimously. We had 2021-35, an ordinance amending budget ordinance with respect to the establishment of new pay plan, amending amending the job classification list and pay tables. That was before you on September 14th. It will, at that time, it will also include the 1.3% COLA that was passed by the board back in June. We passed ordinance 2021-36 is adding a non-voting board liaison to the Deer Monitoring and Control Committee. That passed unanimously, and I think we have a volunteer to do that.
Karen.
Do that tonight because they meet next week. Is that appropriate?
The volunteer looked at you like she disagreed.
No, I do volunteer. I'm good.
Alderman Dixon, she's had a weak moment. She's putting herself out there, and I'm proud of her. So I would nominate her to be that representative.
Second.
We need to add it to the agenda.
Okay, I would like to add the nomination and voting on Alderman Dixon to be the liaison
Second.
to the Deer Monitoring.
Second.
So first we need to add this to the agenda, okay? So we need a 2/3 vote to do that.
Oh, gosh.
I do feel like I should also ask Alderman Dixon her thoughts on adding this to the agenda tonight, because then we're gonna vote on it.
I'm fine with that. I would ask if there's anybody else who would like to do it, please step up. I am not a liaison to any subcommittee, so, I think we need someone who's not currently.
We absolutely do. In fact,
Yeah.
our rules say you can only be a liaison. Well, anyway, you're right. Okay.
Right. I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Okay.
All in favor of adding this to the agenda at this time, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, please say no. So that passes with sufficient number of votes, which was 9. So now we're back on deciding. Alderman Brown, would you like to make a motion?
I would like to make a motion that Alderman Dixon be the liaison, non-voting liaison to the Deer Monitoring and Control.
Second.
We have a motion from Alderman Brown, a second from Alderman Cunningham. Any discussion on that? All in favor of adding Alderman Dixon as the liaison representing the board on the Deer Monitoring Committee, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, please say no. That passes unanimously. Alderman Dixon, did you want to vote no on that, or are you okay voting yes on that?
I abstain.
Congratulations.
My hearing aid, she voted.
Did you really abstain?
No.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Alderman Brown, rest of your report.
That's it.
Thank you. Chairman Brown. Chairman Cunningham, Finance Committee.
Mayor, I have to defer my report until our next meeting. I left my notes in my car.
Nobody is going to complain or give you a hard time about that. Thank you, Chairman Cunningham. Chairman Skidmore, Public Works.
Yeah, great time was had by all, as we do in all our committee reports. So a great time, and that's it. Thank
Chairman Skidmore, thank you.
you. You're welcome.
Jesse, Chief of Operations report.
It's been a long meeting. I'll keep my comments brief. As unfortunate it was to have an injury here tonight, it's great to see how professional our fire department is, and it's a blessing to work for a city that has such a great fire and police department, so thank you guys for your work. I want to read an email that the city received from the Greater Nashville Regional Council. This is something that planning worked on, and Grant, who's in our planning department, really went out of his way with the help of Keith to submit some grants to GNRC. And this is the email we got back. Good morning, Grant. Thank you for submitting to Hendersonville's request for coronavirus response and relief supplemental appropriation funds for the following 3 projects: ADA transition plan implementation, streetlight LED conversion project, wayfinding sign project. We appreciate the time and effort you put into the pre-applications. Based on staff screening for eligibility and consistency with the guidance, we have determined that all of your proposals can proceed to the full application for formal consideration. So our planning department did a great job putting these grant applications together with the help of Public Works, and we're hopeful that we can actually end up getting all 3 of these grants for the city. So that concludes my report. Thank you.
My report, you saw what I included in the packet. I also want to say again, because he's actually done more since we thanked him earlier, that Principal Bob Cotter not only did everything to get us to this point, but in the break, he helped take care of the person that needed some medical attention. He was quick to get us a wheelchair. He was quick to get us a first aid kit, and quick to get us a cuff to measure blood pressure. So Mr. Cotter, we appreciate you very much. We also appreciate your students and your staff. You got us where we are and made things move very smoothly for us. We appreciate that very much. Next, we have on the agenda discussion about our executive session, and I need to turn to Alderman Hayes.
Goodness. So, to accept the recommendation of legal counsel and direct legal counsel to do the following regarding the recent court decision that impacts the city's restrictions.
Restriction, this is what we did in the executive committee. We came up with these three items. It's a motion. The motion is, one, ask the judge in the case to clarify his ruling. Number two, file an appeal in the event that the judge does not reverse his ruling. And then third, request a stay of his recent decision, period.
We have a motion
Second.
and a second from Alderman Edwards. Any discussion on this? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. That passes unanimously.
Move to adjourn.
We have a motion from Alderman Brown to adjourn. We have a second from Alderman Cunningham. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. That passes unanimously.